Cheers, Pointy. I've done it again. I've just explained everything I'm going to be sculpting today and stuffed it because I didn't turn the mic on. Okay, thanks for letting me know though. How's the music volume on the background? Can you hear it okay, or is it too loud? I'm going to try and strike that balance with it. Mate, I did it last week. Last week, one of the days, I was streaming for about 8 minutes before I realised, well, before anybody commented to tell me I forgot to put the microphone on. Lovely. Cheers, mate. Okay, so yeah, so last week I was working on these guys, and we did. Let's just pull them up as a preview of the set. So we did these guys. We've got the Saracen type leader, and then we've got 2 Saracen swordsmen. So these are from the Order of the Knights of the Shield. In D&D, they are basically a cult of sorts that chases around after this item called the Shield of the Hidden Lord. And the Shield of the Hidden Lord is basically a magical artifact that contains the spirit / soul of a demon that these guys worship, and they want to try and bring it back, so they've got to try and get the shield to do it. So if you're going to use them in your games, that's your hook. Give your characters, or give your players possession of this shield, and have these guys like turn up and harangue them at every opportunity. Or make a nice little warband out of them, which is what I'm actually planning on doing. So we're going to add the Great Axe dude to the group. So this guy, he's going to get chucked in. I need to just do a little bit more work on some of his details and stuff, but he will go into that group as well. And then the remaining sculpts I'm going to be adding for this month, which will happen between today and Wednesday, is a kind of Islamic looking assassin. We've got a pair of crossbowmen to give the guys a little bit of range support, and a Saracen Ogre is the plan. So throwing all those things together will give you a nice little warband if you're using for like a Mordheim type game, or if you're going to kind of play a tabletop skirmish or something. So it gives you a nice little mix up of stuff. So let's just get into this guy and just get some of these details tweaked so that it all works properly. How are we doing today anyway? How's your weekend, Pointy? Got to anything nice? Okay, so what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just tweaking and adjusting some of the material flow. Ah, very nice. First time you met them? More importantly, did you show him your Game of Thrones clips? I watched that clip you sent me, you know, and I couldn't figure out where you were in it. Was it in the horse march when they were coming into the, like, right at the beginning of the clip? Because I think through the course of that, I was looking and I was thinking, oh, that could be him, that could be him. But obviously everyone's decked up in armour, aren't they? So it makes it quite difficult to kind of see. Let's auto group and see if I don't kill it. Infantry behind the horses, right. I'll rewatch with that knowledge later and see if we can spot you. Right, so this bit here now, this cloak, I'm going to just add a few of my kind of creases into it. So I'm going to drop down to about 14 on the Z intensity, quite large on the brush size, and then just going to strike through like that. So you got all your Christmas plans in place this year, mate? We went and got our Christmas tree the weekend, and it was an experience. We went out to go and buy a narrow tree. So usually we have quite a wide one that goes in a particular spot in the living room. This year we decided we were going to reorientate it and change the configuration of the living room. So we went out to go and buy a narrow tree. Specifically asked the guy at the Christmas tree place to provide us with a narrow one to check out. So we pulled the net off, and then this tree's like still kind of in the net shape. And he goes, yeah, this is a narrow tree kind of thing. So we looked at it. It was nice, and it was nice and thick and fluffed up and whatever. So we bought this tree. We got it home. We reorientated the living room. So we had a spot for it where we were planning on putting it. And yeah, basically pulled the net off it. No, we had to leave it standing in a pot of water, a bucket of water for 24 hours before we pulled the net off. So we did that. Got the tree stand and everything out, got it ready, got it in position in the living room, put the tree in, pulled the net off, and this thing opened up, and no word of a lie, it was about 3 metres wide. It was at least double the size of any Christmas tree we've ever had before. So like, having gone out to buy a slimline tree, we end up with this behemoth monstrosity that is just bigger than anything we've ever put in before. Oh yeah, it'd be nice to get amongst kind of like, you know, nice friendly faces for the Christmas period. I'm glad you managed to get that one sorted, dude. Right then, I need to trim up this edge here because I don't like this ridge I've got going on. So I'm just going to feather that out. I'm not sure what we've got planned for Christmas this year. I think we're going over to my mum's house because we were going to do Christmas at ours, but then I think my sister invited herself over to my mum's house, so we've also been invited there. So I think that's our plan for this year, and then we'll get back home to ours on the evening. We'll probably do our usual evening Christmas picky bits and all that kind of good stuff. Have family around and opening presents and playing stupid games and having a few drinks. It sounds like a decent plan to me. See if we can get everyone playing Zombicide. We've got the Twilight Creation Zombies game, which is always good for a laugh, but a lot of Haley's family, when it comes to games and stuff, they're not very imaginative and creative, so they're the kind of people who enjoy playing Monopoly, which isn't a game. It's a game for people who hate games. Right then, let's get the dynamic tessellation on so I can start cleaning up a little bit of this noise on here. Some of this like faceting we can see on the faces. It's because we haven't got quite enough geometry to get a smooth finish. So use dynamic tessellation, I can actually smooth it out just by I can use the smoothing tool on it with dynamic tessellation on and instantly add geometry to the areas that need it. So anywhere that's looking a little bit kind of like pixelated and groggy, I can get in there, hack in this this line of higher pixels, and then I can go back and just sculpt on it or just work with it in any other way I want. something about this guy I'm not liking with his beard, I think. Could be his face, but... Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries. I should have a bit of clearing on my printer on the next... Oh god. In the next couple of days. So I'll get your stuff done and try and get it packed off to you before Christmas. So... You got any plans to buy a 3D printer yet, by the way? Assuming you're not lurking already. Just do some corrections on his face a bit. I'm going to thin his beard a touch. I'm not going to make it quite so bulky, especially not towards the end, because I think it looks... I think the thing that's throwing me a little bit is he looks like an angry Santa Claus. I feel like I need to do something about this beard. So what I might do is... Actually, that's feeling a little bit better already, I think. I'll leave it there. Yeah, that's better. So again, what you're watching here is me sculpting and concepting on the fly, which is a totally different way to a different way of working to what I would kind of prefer to do, if you like. What's happened here? Oh. So he's got his sword, but I moved the whole scabbard and the sword's not sitting in there properly. Reseat it and just sort that. There we go. Got no clipping going on. That's sound. Well happy with that. Okay. So sword is in situ-ish. Kind of need the sword to be capping off that whole scabbard top, really. Alright, there we go. Right, now this is what I was talking about with tessellation. So let me just split this off. I'm going to dynamesh this with some polish on it to get rid of all of that groggy stuff, and then with dynamic tessellation off, I'm just going to come in and just polish up some of these creases, because what I want to try and do is, again, because it's a miniature, we're going for exaggeration and stylisation. It's important that these creases are straight on the edges. what you don't want is like big wobbly lines, because if you get the wobbly lines it looks unfinished and unrefined. And again, we're not trying to recreate actual cloth or the effect of actual cloth, because it's not always that interesting in a miniature. So we're going for that little bit of stylisation to try and help sell it. And it's easier to paint as well, so you can get a kind of nice bit of painting going on in there. Use the highlights effectively. And it's things like this that are missing from, like, you know, like your Hero Forge type models, where they're made to be like rigged and posed. You just don't get this same kind of feel with them. It's one of the things that's like really missing from that kind of style of model. They serve a purpose and everything. You know, I've used a couple myself, but like my son's got a Hero Forge model that he made, and he was really pleased with it. It's the one he wants to play in our campaign. It's a Dragonborn rogue called Barash, who has a cat allergy, and basically whenever he sneezes, he basically breathes fire and everything goes chaotic. So one of the other characters in the party is going to be a tabaxi, and it's going to be fun. Right, so let's just do I'm gonna torture myself here. I'm gonna actually sculpt a little bit of chainmail, because he's a big heavy dude. He's got the heavy weapon. Let me just split masked so I can get to it without affecting anything else. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to build this up here. Now, if you saw this before, I had a pig of a time trying to get the chainmail texture like nailed, because I was trying to do it in a style that basically echoed the old technique I used to use when I was doing green stuffing. And at some point I need to do a little video to show you how that goes, but because it's a handy thing for you to know how to sculpt, because if you ever want to add it to your own models, it's super easy, and it's easy to get a really good effect on as well, really good finish. But it does mean I need to reorientate my camera to be able to kind of get in for a close-up kind of painting / sculpting type session, which isn't a problem. I'm happy to do it. Let me just rough this down a touch, because I think it's going to get significant if I'm not careful. And I might just drop a little skirt of chainmail down, not long, not a long one, but I will drop a touch down, I think. So let me just use the bit of mesh I've got here. Doesn't matter what it actually is, but I just need to be able to pull it down and shape it to what I need. So let's do a little bit of shaping first. Now, I don't think chainmail would be flying in the same way as his kind of like kaftan is, so I'm not going to try and do that. We are going to just put dynamic tessellation on for this, so I can get some pixels in, some vertices to use. So I'm just playing with the shapes here, just to try and make sure that my layering and the bits I want to show through are going to be there. I'm going to keep it back. I'm not going to bring it forward. I'm not going to bring it over his leg. and you're not going to see it down here. So the only bit I want to show is this piece here, and that's a little bit of a cop out on my part, because what it means is I don't have to sculpt everything. I just need to sculpt enough. Okay, so I'm going to keep my dynamic tessellation on, starting down here. Just going to smooth some of this out. In fact, no, let me just dynamesh it so I've got some polished resolution to work with to start with. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is we're going to carve a few holes. And I want them to be quite big. So we're trying to alternate these so the holes are staggered. Ultimately, as I discovered the other day, it's not actually that critical. So it doesn't matter 100% if you manage to get all of this totally perfect, because things will always come and screw you over one way or another. You just have to adapt to them on the fly. So if you try and do this as an alpha pattern, what you'll find is in this area actually it's probably not too bad, it's quite controllable, but in certain areas what you'll find is your alpha is going to wrap around when it has to join onto itself. If you're trying to do like a whole torso that's wrapped in chainmail, for example, if you try and use alphas to either do noise generation or the surface noise, or if you try and use alphas to do what do we call it, like draw on the texture and then move on to the next bit, like texture stamps, all of that kind of stuff can backfire on you, because at some point all those textures are going to kind of come full circle and want to join up, and the point where it joins is really difficult to do. So what I tend to do, if I'm having to do chainmail like that, if I was ever using mesh, I tend to frame it out into panels. So on the actual model, what I would do is I would have like say there would be like a trim, maybe it would be a leather trim, or it might be a little metal trim or something like that, but there'd be some kind of trim to the shoulders of the armour, and then down the middle where it all fastens up, I would have like I'd have a panel there that would either be a pair of lines, and then there'd be like some fastenings across the front, and then up the sides I might have another panel down here, so there'd be a little seam line, and then down the middle of the back I'll probably put a seam line, and that way when I'm doing it I can work on panels instead of having to do full wraparound, and it works to a point, but obviously if you don't have if you don't want the panelled look on the chainmail, it can get a little bit trickier. Your best bet is to try and hide as much of it as you can. Keep it hidden from sight, and that way you can totally work how you need to. Right, so I'm just going to do these. All of these little rings are going to overlap on the right hand side here. So the right hand side will be the dominant side on the chain links. So let's just garage that one in again. I think this one is actually not visible because it's behind the thing, but let's just get it in anyway. So using the holes that I've carved, I'm going to do this, yeah? So do the bottom row first so that they all overlap neatly. Make sure this is, again, a prominent ridge. And again, you're best off doing this with dynamic tessellation on so it doesn't start stretching polygons and making weird, deformed faces and whatever. And you'll notice I'm keeping them quite thick. Now this is totally not like real chainmail. These would be like donut chainmail, I suppose. So think about it like you're wearing a coat of donuts, and it's one of those little factors you need to consider when you're making miniatures. Is you're not doing things to scale. You don't want a perfect representation of something. You want something that gives, in miniature, the impression of whatever it is you're trying to achieve. Okay, so when we're sculpting hair, we're not sculpting complete strands of hair that all kind of like weave together and whatever else. We're looking for form, so we're going to go for clumps and shapes and kind of movement. They're going to be like the key things in hair. And for chainmail here, it's the indication of, like, you know, a coat made of rings essentially, and the fact that these rings are obscenely large on this sculpt, actually when you come to print that and paint it, it will look like chainmail, I promise you. So I don't need to do the rings back here. Let's start on this one. Again, don't waste time sculpting things that you're not going to see. These kind of things like this as well, always best done. I fluffed this earlier in the week when I did the, or last week rather, when I did the hero character. I did all the chainmail in a static T-pose, then posed the model, and basically what happened was I ended up losing a lot of the definition and detail and the shape of these rings that I'd sculpted, and I had to do another pass over it then to correct it and clean it. So in the interest of not wasting your time and your effort, always best to pose first and then do your chainmail texture. Downside is you can't do it symmetrically, so you have to do the whole thing in one fell swoop. You can't, like you can see I'm doing here, I'm going everything here. This is completely done by hand. There is no shortcut. And what I've found in my own experience is, in the past I've spent so long looking for a shortcut, I could have just done this in the first place. And then I'm not happy with the effects of the shortcut because it's not something I would naturally do. So yeah, you need to go with your gut and trust your instincts a little bit. If you're more happy doing procedural stuff, then, you know, stick with your procedural things. Don't try and copy my my coat of donuts. I'm going to rename the video, title it to Coat of Donuts, I think, on this one. But I need to, I definitely need to demonstrate this as a printed model, because I think a lot of people are going to sit there and go, "What is he doing?" So I need to explain and show you this as a print. There we go. So we've got this like layered ring effect here, which is absolutely totally chainmail as far as this guy's concerned. Okay, so I'm just going to do a few rows of donuts on his torso. Now I know I've only got to work it on this area, so I'm not going to be too fussy about going too high. Again, don't sculpt things you can't see, because it's wasted effort. You see the edges of all this is quite rough, but what I'll do later on, I'm going to put some polish on. I'm going to re-dynamesh everything with a layer of polish, and that should help to straighten out the quirks. So again, right hand side here is my ridge line side, so sculpt over. You see I'm trying to build this up, so this is just using the clay build up tool, nothing special. And as I said, one of these situations where using photographic reference is not going to help you, because we're not aiming for realism at all. We'll just check that's in the right place. Yeah. So I only need to do this one and the next one, I think. Yeah, I just need to clean up this ridge here because I can see that one. Refine that top bit and then just make that a little bit more as intended. Okay. And there as well. That's a bit weak. Okay, so the coat of donuts continues. We're going to go around the side. Now, do I give him donut sleeves as well, or just stick to his torso? I think I'm going to save myself some pain and anguish here. Let's gouge a bit. Okay, so if anyone's wondering why I'm chatting about coats of donuts and things, it's because of this. Oh, do you know what I've realised? I've sculpted on the wrong bit. Turds. So I can make it work. This is the bit I was supposed to have kept. Hey, your designs are okay. How you doing? You can make jewellery in ZBrush. Yeah, you can do pretty much anything if you, to be honest. The only time it gets a little bit tricky is if you're doing precision stuff. So if you need something to be an accurate kind of proper dimension. So say if you were making a ring and you needed a jewel to fit in a socket, you'd be very hard pressed to get that socket to be perfect in ZBrush without having first made it in another software. But in terms of like, if I was doing it, what I would do is I would take like a ring form that I would make in like Blender or something like that, make sure that the dimensions are accurate in Blender, import it into ZBrush, do a sculpting pass over it, and then import it back into Blender for scaling and whatnot. The important thing is, in fact, you could probably export it straight out of ZBrush, but what you would want to do is make sure, like for me, I have this this ruler in all of my scenes, so every time I start sculpting, that's there, and if it's ever not there, it causes me major problems later on when I have to try and like try and figure out scale. So what I would do here is I would start with the ring shape in Blender, append your like a ring to it, yeah. So you know that the ring here is whatever dimension you actually need. Obviously, the internal dimension is the important bit, isn't it? On like a ring, say. So here, you're talking about like a 2 centimeter inner. So this ruler is 100 centimeters tall. Sorry, 100 millimeters tall. So 10 centimeter tall ruler. So each of these notches, the large notches, is a centimetre. So here we've got a 2 centimetre inner. So yeah, you create a shape in ZBrush, in Blender, and make sure there's an adjoining shape like this ruler. It doesn't even have to be an actual ruler as long as it's dimensionally accurate. So they say it's like a 50 centimetre cube or 50 millimetre cube. So when you export it, what you do is you make sure that your Y dimension on the export, which is the vertical height here, make sure your Y dimension is set to 50 millimeters or 100 millimeters or whatever your scale form is, and when you export it, you make sure that that is the active piece. So the scale reference is the piece that you export, and then you export everything else as a bundle with that, and it all comes out relatively scaled. So you can do it, but trying to make that perfectly sized and perfectly scale accurate in ZBrush is tricky. If you're doing charms and things like that, not a problem at all. So in fact, if you go to Shop 3D, let me just show you Shop 3D, because this might be something that would be of interest if you're looking at jewellery. So where's it gone? Okay, so Shop 3D. So this one here, when you go into products, so let's just pick one of my, what's going on there? Let's just pick one of my models here. So we go for let's pick her. So if I go for her now, they must have done an update because it's giving me prompts now. What I can do is I can go to edit price, and what I've got is an option. So if I click on the plus here, I can add an option. Okay, go away, go away. I know how to do it. I've done it a million times. Right, so we're going to add a new option, and you can go for gold, brass, stainless steel, bronze, copper, silver. So say if you pick the silver, you've got different variations you can use there. So if we go for like a polished one, actually let's go for a nice antique one, because that'll, if you're sculpting something with detail, that's when you've got the black patina in there, which helps with the look. So it's coming out as not defined for some reason. What is that? I can't see what's going on here. For some reason, it's not working. Oh, sorry, it's giving me in a different tab, that's why. Okay, so quote not found on that one. So it's not helpful in terms of demonstrating what I was trying to demonstrate. But basically what normally would happen is you would load the product up. Let me just delete this product to see if we can get it in a different one. It might be the product's a bit too complicated, or it's too... I don't know if I've got a simpler one on here to use, to be honest. Let's see if this dwarf skeleton has it. Morning Rich, how are you doing, dude? Have you had a good weekend? We set about getting our Christmas tree this weekend. It was a catastrophe. Yeah. We bought this tree. We reorientated our whole living room. Bought this tree that was supposed to be a narrow one that would fit in the space that we'd allocated for it. And then when we got it home, we had to leave it in a bucket for 24 hours of water to let it like soak up some water before we start putting it in and decorating it. So we left it for 24 hours. We got all the furniture arranged, got the house clean, put this tree in position, pulled the net off it, and this thing dropped out, and it was about 3 meters wide. It was ridiculous. So it was supposed to be a narrow tree, and normally, like, you know, we just go for a standard Christmas tree, but this was like bigger than anything we've ever had. And it just caused drama because it just did not fit anywhere. So that was my weekend, to deal with rejigging the house and moving furniture, nearly killing myself. But not to mention getting decorations out of the loft and all that kind of business as well, which is always the worst part about the Christmas decorating, isn't it? Right, so yeah, so just to show you the jewellery thing on here then. So let's see if this one works again. We're going to add a new material. I'm going to pick something like gold. We'll go for 9 carat rose gold. Rose gold. Rose. Okay, it's still not doing it, so I don't know what they've changed or why it's not working. But basically, they've got a only games platform which you can use. And in fact, I wonder if it's just because they've removed if they stopped doing it. It might well be because they've stopped it, you know. But they always used to have. They had a platform which was specifically for like publishing. Rich, are you saying you look like a big fat tree, or you like a big fat tree? So, I'll be honest. I mean, we had this tree we've got is beautiful. It's really, really nice. It's really kind of like lush and thick and soft and stuff like that. But it's just so freaking enormous. It's just not even funny. Right, so sorry Design Vacay, I've just completely failed in demonstrating what I was trying to demonstrate to you here. But yeah, they did used to have this platform on there where you could publish and get all your stuff. You can still use Shapeways and get your silver and whatever else, but nah, you're not like a Christmas tree, Rich. Your skin's too smooth, it's nowhere near kind of like barky enough. Okay, so yeah, one failed attempt to try to show you there, but yes, you can design jewellery. No golden skeleton. What do you mean golden? Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're female, you're right, mate. Yeah, no golden skeletons today, unfortunately. They definitely did used to do it because I've tried it out and tested the prices before, and they come out phenomenally expensive. So, but I think I don't think they actually print it in gold. I think what they do is they print it in a kind of a castable wax material, and they use lost wax investment casting to produce the casting of it. So they are doing proper jewellery making techniques. What you're not getting something that looks like a crappy bit of 3D printed mock gold, if you like. You're getting actual proper precious metals, and I think that's why they can offer you such a range of them. I'm pretty sure you can't find that in like most environments, but they do allow you to add things like earring clips and things like that. So yeah, the wax is definitely the easiest way of doing anything with like precious metals. So yeah, it's I'd like to try it at some point. I have toyed with the idea of making a few like kind of thematic rings and things as like props, but doing them in gold so that they're usable. So if you've not been here for the whole stream, if you've only just joined, I'm currently making a coat of donuts for this guy, as you can see. Obviously it's actually chainmail, but in terms of stylising it, I've kind of realised that I'm basically sculpting like donuts all over this bloke. So I'm definitely going to be renaming a video on YouTube to be, you know, coat of donuts, because I think that's definitely going to get more hits than come and watch me sculpt a Saracen guy. So start with the outside edge here, dynamic tessellation on, put the ring around the outside there, and I'm going to overlap this ring on this side, sculpt it around, and again overlapping, making sure I've got a decent ridge to pick up that dry brushing and the ink washes. And then we go to the next layer, and again making sure I've got a good overlap here and here. So this is all about layering and getting it in the right order. But if anybody fancies printing this guy off and painting these up as donuts, like which I have to say I am really tempted to do myself now. Like a guy with a coat of donuts actually sounds like quite an amusing thing. You'd have to print him about 50mm, wouldn't you, at least, to get the glaze and the sprinkles on there. Now here's a question: would you keep them all the same donut, or would you go for a variety box? Oh no! How is he? How's the mutt? Yeah, he's just gonna take his frustrations out on that tree as well, isn't he? If you got that. Yeah, you have, haven't you? It's got to be a combination of many donuts, I think. So yeah, you're right. So I'm just going to here. I'm going to ignore my own advice here because I'm supposed to be starting from the side arm, but I'm going to go for overlapping rings. And I've just overlapped the wrong side there, which is a good start. Was it scheduled surgery then, or was he in an accident or anything? I don't remember you mentioning anything about surgery last week when we were chatting. Well, so that's as much of a donut coat as I'm going to actually work in. Oh, it just came at a bad time then. That's always going to be fun then. I'm going to give him another layer here, actually. You know, just while we're chatting. I hadn't thought about doing this previously, but now I'm going to. Just 'cause I can't be bothered to sculpt the chainmail on the inside, I'm going to put a little layer of cloth coming down, so he's got like a bit of under padding. Where's that gone? Alright, he booked him in at the start of the week and he's just had it already. That's a fast turnaround. I didn't get that treatment on the NHS. My phone is pinging up all over the place. What's going on? I'm hoping it's sales coming through. No, if anybody fancies buying anything, by the way, I've got the sale running on my website at the moment. So the lionstower.com. We've just got that up and running. The first orders will be going out tomorrow, I think. We've got the first batch printed up, ready to go. We're selling the STLs and the resin files, so we've got tons of stuff on there now. Loads and loads of choice, and a massive discount because it's our opening sale. Oh mate, no. Oh god, yeah, I don't envy you having to deal with that, mate. Poor dog. He's only a little one, isn't he, as well? we seem to be at least. Do you know what? Just for giggles. So we have a vet literally like at the end of our road, but they are mega expensive. So anytime we've had to take the mother-in-law's dog to the vets, it's always like we always have to travel a little bit further. But I think if I was to get a dog, I'd definitely have him on like some kind of insurance plan, because it's just hard going, isn't it? The vet bills and stuff. This bears no impact on the end product, by the way. I'm just mucking about here. Trying to add a bit of joviality into the morning for Monday, in light of all the bad crap that's going on in the real world. Poorly dogs and the like. Is he a bit of a fat boy, is he? My mum's got 2 chihuahuas, Pixie and Dexter. Pixie's a bit younger, but she's like a little beigey coloured one. And she's lovely, really hyperactive. And then we've got Dexter, who basically, he looks more like a potato than a dog. He's just a big fat chunk. It's not achieving anything nice, is it? There we go. Hopefully that kind of comes through a little bit. Oh, good stuff. There we go. Now he's got a coat of donuts. If I had a bit more time and a bit more inclination to do it, I might add sprinkles, but time's a ticking. Am I on the wrong brush? Yeah, Dexter's a right little fat dog. I can't believe he's like a purebred chihuahua. He's got to be half pug. I mean, my mum says not. He's supposed to be a teacup chihuahua as well, which is just a joke. But I remember my mother-in-law bought a Pomeranian a while ago. She didn't get on very well with it because he was a bit of a... She got a chihuahua as well. She bought him as a friend for him. He turned out to be quite aggressive and dominating over the like the existing pets, so she had to kind of rehome him in the But he was supposed to be like a Pomeranian. The thing was like more than knee height to me. He was like, you know, he was like imagine a Pomeranian with like deer legs. It just, there was something wrong with him, do you know what I mean? But like, obviously it wasn't sold as like a mongrel breed, it was sold as a purebred Pomeranian. But the woman insisted, no, he's a Pomeranian, just a Pomeranian, nothing else. Was he heck? Okay, so we're going to put bicep muscle up there, sorry, pectoral muscle there, we're going to do the rib muscles there, carve that in a touch. Same on this side, just a little bit of that, a little bit of that. Yeah, definitely. I think Mum was playing away on that one, wasn't she? That there's no way you get. There's no such thing as a tall Pomeranian. Oh, so this is what the anatomy looks like underneath this body, which is disgusting, isn't it? It's totally wrong. But do you know what? It doesn't matter because nobody's going to see it. There we go. That's what you see. Let me just save it now that I've done his donut coat. No, I literally just put the pink on there to frost the donuts, mate. I said I was just mucking around because it's Monday morning. It's a little bit of joviality needed. Obviously it's not going to have any impact. It's not actually sculpted on, it's just painted on, so it won't be on the final model. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing for you, it's down to you individually, like. But yeah, so I was saying before as well, we've got the new websites up and running. I've been sending out a few mail shots and putting some posts up on Facebook. So we've now got all of our products loaded in the web store. I've had the first print order in, and I've got that one on the printer. I think his neck needs thickening up here a little bit and repositioning because it's wrong at the moment. Not that you can even see it under his beard and everything, but I can see enough of it here to make it need to be done. So yes, I say our first order's going out probably tomorrow after it's all cured up and everything today. I'm not sure quite when I need to freeze shipping, but yeah, we're going to be posting out as frequently as we can up until Christmas. That's one of the things I need to get sorted. Cheers, Rich. So yes, we've got a big plate of skeletons on the printer now. So that's got to that's just got to be cured and cleaned after the stream. Well, say plate, it's like 2 printers full of them, so it's a nice hefty bit of an order. We've obviously sold a few STLs over the weekend as well. Good lad, Rich, good lad. If you order anything, I'll make sure there's a few extra little sweeteners on the order as well for you. Not literally, I'm not talking Canderel, mate. I've put a few bonus ones in this first order as well, just to, well, fill the build plate more than anything else, because there was a few little gaps in there, so I thought might as well pack it out. You're welcome, dude. Yeah, we did have a few hiccups with the ordering system when it first went live, and basically the way Shopify works is you have a stock location, and all of the products we loaded up were not at the same stock location in the system as where we'd set the shipping up from. So whenever anyone tried to place an order, it'd kind of go, we don't ship to your location. It's because there's no shipping from the stock location. So I had to go through and painfully, one at a time, update the stock locations on every single product. And it wasn't even a batch operation, it was one at a time, which was killer. But thankfully it's done now. It's tested and it works. So we can just start getting to selling some stuff now. And then hopefully I'll be able to justify picking up a new Anycubic M3 Premium. Because I've heard some very good things about that printer. Let's just bring that down to there like that, so it touches in, that's better. So yeah, the Anycubic Premium, if anybody's looking at 3D printers for Christmas, if you can get hold of one, it's got the same 4K resolution that you, or same. It's got an improved resolution on what you would get on a Sonic Mini 4K, which is like what I use for most of my models anyway. Because as far as I'm concerned, anything above that is kind of wasted, because you can't visibly tell the difference between like a 4K print and an 8K print without looking at it under some kind of like macro lens. So to the human eye, the 4K prints that you get are done at 35 micron resolution, 35 pixel XY resolution. So yeah, basically each pixel on the screen is 35 micron. Is the gist of that. So anything lower than that, where it's got a higher resolution, has like diminishing returns, so you're not going to see the benefit of it. So although you can get an 8K printer now, and you can get lovely sharp photos, lovely sharp prints, it only really shows up under kind of high detail scrutiny on a photograph. But you can still get similarly good prints on an 8K printer. So it's one of those, isn't it? You know, is it worth spending the extra money for the 8K printer when you can get the same or good enough details out of a 4K printer? So if you're one of these like tech nerds who's always chasing the best pinnacle of technology, then you're obviously not going to settle for anything less. But if you want something that is reasonably going to do a really good job for miniatures for you, then you know, Sonic Mini 4K or something of that nature, 35 pixel resolution, 35 micron pixel resolution is pretty much where you want to go. Let's just push that back in there, like a little hernia. You know, I've done all that in isolation without having anything else on. I've just moved it too bleeding far now. It's better. So yeah, so the mono M3 premium, it's got like a 25 micro or 28 micropixel resolution, so it's not far off. It's an improvement, but it's not massive improvement. But impressively, it's got a 10-inch build plate, so it's like, you know, Saturn sized. That's the Saturn printer, not the Planet, obviously, because that would be a bloody silly claim. So yeah, so it's you know, I want to say Sega Saturn in it. It's going back, isn't it? It's a blast from the past. Elegoo Saturn. So it's got the same kind of like resolution as the Elegoo Saturn. Resolution, same sort of build size, but with like the much higher resolution. And with the Anycubic printers as well, they've got a solid build plate with the kind of the stable non-moving plate, whereas the Elegoo one's got that spring-loaded ball joint thing I just don't like. So it's asking for trouble, that thing is. Let's just reshape the collar here, just a corner. We'll do this side too, just so it's proper, because we can see it. So let's make it good. I'm just going to polish up the edge, just to clean it. How's the music volume, by the way, guys? Is it a little bit of background music I've got going on? Is that alright? It's not too obtrusive, is it? Doesn't sound like it's there by accident. Or good. Yeah, I could go to sleep with this, I could. Good, that's what I was aiming for. I can leave that setting now and just know it's right. I had to make sure I've turned it down on my PC so you're not getting like a double echo reverb or anything like that going on. So hopefully what you're getting is just a nice mellow thing. So if at any point I'm not talking, there's a little bit of filler in there. So Yuffie, are you planning to grab yourself a printer then? You gonna take advantage of the Black Friday sales, or? I'll tell you a little bit more about kind of picking printers then. So the main things you want to keep an eye out for, you'll see all this like 4K and 8K stuff banded round, and I fell foul of this originally when I first got into MSLA printers. So I had the Epax X1, and it was the old 2K resolution ones, and they had a pixel size of around about 55 microns or something like that, I think 57 micron. And when they started doing like these like developments in like printer resolutions and stuff, when they first started happening, I picked up an Epax X10, but it was the first 4K one they did, and it was, I want to say it was before like Elegoo were doing the Saturn or anything like that. In fact, I know it was well before the Saturn came out. So I had this this printer, and it was a 4K printer, but it should have had a higher resolution because it was 4K if you'd have taken it at face value. But the the problem was, although it was 4K, it's got the 10-inch build plate, or 8.9-inch build plate. So you got more pixels, and I bought this thinking I could print faster because it's got the same kind of pixel resolution as what I was already dealing with the X1, but with 4 times the build space, because it's basically like 4 build plates, or is it 2? Yeah, 4 build plates put side by side. So it's like 4 times as many models on one build plate, and I thought this, it's great. I can print 4 times as fast because I can do 4 times as much. And then it turns out I needed increased Z height because of this like twang you get on the FEP. So the FEP in the middle, as you separate your layers, it stretches up, and as that FEP stretches up, you need to go high enough for it to stretch and still pull apart and separate. So if you stick to like on a normal printer, you can probably get away with maybe 3mm lift, so you can do it quite quickly. Because lift speed is not fast; it's quite a slow movement up and down. And yeah, it ends up with we ended up with like a 7mm minimum lift on the X10 because of this. The larger FEP at the bottom meant there was a higher peak on the FEP twang, if you like. So it was it meant all my prints actually happened slower than they would have done. So a print that was taking me, this was before mono printers, so a print would take me about 12 hours on the about 8 hours, sorry, on the X1, and then the X10 it would be about 14 hours. So it was taking almost twice as long to print a build plate, and although I was getting more on the plate, I was getting it was taking like twice as long to print. So it wasn't the trade-off I was hoping for. So right, fair play. So you just have to a big filament one. I've seen good things about the what's it called now? The new Elegoo. I want to call it the Cobra, but I'm pretty certain it's not Cobra because Elegoos are all planet based. I think the Cobra is the Anycubic one. There's a new Elegoo. Is it Neptune? Might be Neptune. Elegoo. If you don't follow the Faux Hammer blog already, it's a FAUX hammer, as in like fake. So, but if you follow, have a look at the Faux Hammer blog. Ross, who kind of runs it and does all the stuff, he's got himself to like pro status with 3D printing now. He's tested everything, but I value his opinion greatly on this. And he did some prints using the Elegoo. I'm going to call it the Neptune, whether it is or not, but he did some prints with this new Elegoo thing, and literally straight out of the box, with no tweaking, default standard settings, the prints look amazing. Like the print quality is fantastic. He even printed, like, have you seen that big Wolverine bust that everyone seems to be printing at the moment on Facebook posts, and they're using it to showcase, like, there's all the little leather texture and the pores on his face and stuff. They're showing off like the 8K printers and stuff and the DLP printers with it. But he printed this Wolverine bust in the filament, and I would not have said it was a filament printer. So I also want to pick up a filament printer at some point to do some terrain pieces with, and I'm definitely considering that. Definitely. But equally, if I get that Anycubic M3 Premium, it's a 10-inch build plate again. It's got a 28 micron resolution, so I can do proper high detail scenery pieces. So like I did the scenery for the Barons War for their Kickstarter, and I've got like a few bits like this, like walls. Now this was printed on my Epax X10, so it's still on like 2K resolution, but it's perfectly good for scenery. The only problem was I didn't have my settings dialed in at all because I was guessing at them because I hadn't used it in so long, and I've made a real mess of the back with support removals and stuff, so it's going to need a load of sanding if I'm going to use that. I doubt I will, to be fair, but it's it was good for doing like scenery pieces on a larger scale resin printer. But I've done things like my little bar for the low lantern and stuff, so all that kind of stuff. I just do that in resin. If you've got a decent sized printer, if you've got at least a 10-inch printer or an 8.9-inch printer, you can actually get a lot of that kind of stuff on there. I will be doing some scenery pieces at some point because people have been requesting it as part of my online sculpting. So if I do scenery pieces on here, one of my main things is that they will be broken down to go onto a 5.5-inch printer. So if you've got the OG Elegoo Mars or any cubic photon or whatever else, whatever I sculpt terrain wise, it will be pieced down so it can be printed on a resin printer. So that's just my personal preferences there anyway. But okay, I'm going to call this guy wrapped up in a second, I think. Just need to move his arm in a touch at the back. So let me just grab him by the shoulder and pull him forward. Just a touch. This is just to help with the gaps and all that kind of gubbins. But I'd love to do like a full, you know, like the old dungeon tiles. I'd love to get myself some dungeon tiles on and print them all out so they were all, you know, highly detailed and stuff. I just don't like this, you know, this kind of odd surface you get where. Morning, Elston. How are you doing, mate? Hope you're keeping well today, my good man. Oh yeah, the Elegoo Mars Pro, that was the one where it's still a 2K resolution, isn't it? But they added the carbon filters or whatever to it, I think. What are you planning on printing then if you need something that big? You're doing the Skies of Sordane with the big airships or something like that? We just want to do a really, really big chocobo. Busy Monday, eh, mate? Important question for you, though. Have you got your Christmas tree up, mate? And are you putting one in your new man cave, or is that staying a purely hobby zone? Let's just adjust this bicep and some of the muscles here. Yeah, you definitely want your FDM for that, don't you? Elston, you miserable old git. I've got my Christmas lights out over there. I've got to decorate the front of my office. It looks lovely at Christmas time. It's nice when you're in the house and you've got the curtains open from the patio doors. And you look down the garden. You've got all the nice icicle lights on the on the office. I'll have to get a photograph and post it up on my Instagram when it's done. I don't know if you've missed this, mate, but I'm doing a coat of donuts on this guy. So you can see he's got some pink iced donuts, Homer Simpson's favourite. Just for you guys, yeah. So if you get these guys, mate, and you do fancy painting them up as donuts, yeah, I know. It's me trying to get chainmail that I can actually paint as chainmail on a model. Trying to follow the old school way I used to sculpt stuff with green stuff back in the day, and basically realising that it looks like a big old coat of donuts. This is no bad thing, really. You know what I mean? It is what it is. but I think Coat of Donuts is definitely going to be the YouTube name for this video, because who's not going to want to watch that? Yeah, it's doing around. It's the old COVID, isn't it, at the moment? I know, me too. I've got a big old box of mince pies sitting in the house. It's got my name all over it. But okay, this guy is. I'm going to call him Done. I'm actually going to call him Done. Let me just pop that into there. I love that. I'll say I'm calling him Done, and then I go back in and sculpt more. What's that about? Okay, who do you want to see next? Do you want to see a swordsman next, or do you want me to do the assassin, or do you want me to do the ogre, or do you want me to do a crossbowman? I won't ask you to put your hands up, you can just shout out. One vote for the ogre from Elston. Anybody else got a preference? Okay, let's start shouting out. How is this ogre going to be equipped? Do you want him to have a massive scimitar? Do you want him to have... do we give him some kind of like halberdy type thing? It'll be like a D&D ogre. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do him in the Saracen style, same as these guys. So my plan is for them to be, I want them to use it as like a little Mordheim gang, like if you want to use them. So we've got the, let me just copy this guy and I'll show you what we've got. Merge down, merge down. Okay, so far we've got these four guys. We've got these three guys, and I'm adding this guy to them, yeah? Oh, turds. Hang on. Let me just delete him because I've managed to totally forget to add his head back into the sculpt. So yeah, so the plan is we have this guy, we add him to the other three guys. So they've now got in this little group, oh, for God's sake, come on. So in this group now we've got I feel like I need to reposition him a touch because he looks a bit lopsided here. Might have to pull that leg back. Let me just go back into him. So yeah, the plan is we've got the So yeah, so the plan is a Mordheim style band. We've got the leader, we've got the couple of swordsmen. I want to add one extra swordsman into the group, although that's not entirely critical at the moment. Let's get his shoulders lined up a second. Ah, nice. Yeah, I like the sounds of that actually. That sounds pretty meaty. There was a sword they sculpted. They made on one of the episodes of Forging Fire I watched a few weeks back. I can't remember what it was called, but it had these. It was a big kind of blade. And it had these like big spikes all down the back of the blade. So I might do something like that. Let me just pull this to one side a sec. This just needs to be turned a touch. God, what's going on? Using the wrong move tool, that's always helpful. Right, so right, he's now done, so I'm going to copy him. I'm going to pop him into this group again. Let's delete this version and we'll paste. Okay, so this group now is this many dudes. Probably have to put a few rocks attached to that back foot there just to kind of give him some form of physical anchor, which is not any big hardship, but let's do that in a bit. Oh, Rich has put some. Oh, you're thinking nice big maces, then are you? Big vicious maces. What do you think, guys? Maces like this, maybe. Something big and brutal. Is that you thinking like the big flanged mace or the kind of the spiky one? Or maybe we give him the massive scimitar in his hand, and then we give him an extra like sidearm weapon. Right, now this is where I'm praying I saved my base mesh for the ogre. Ooh. Here we go. Load tool. Load tools from project. Just get a minute to download them. Right then, so what we're talking about: barbs and nasty hooks on the weapon, something nice and savage, gnarly as possible, scimitar in one hand and a mace in another. Could be done. That weapon's too pretty for an ogre. Can an ogre not have pretty weapons? Alright, a stick with flowers on it. God, this is taking its time, isn't it? I'm going to brew a coffee while this is happening. What's everyone up to this week? Have we got any hobby plans going on, or is it all Christmas prep and Christmas shopping and all that kind of good stuff? My wife had a bit of a mad episode yesterday and stayed up till quite late wrapping all the presents, making sure they were all done. She's got so sick of seeing them around now. Then it's just doing her head in. I know pretty ogres. Pretty ogre sounds like a fat bloke in a dress. There is I don't know if any of you ever played like the D&D games and visited Candlekeep. In any of your scenarios and stuff, but there's an ogre who occurs in Candlekeep a couple of times, and he basically has I can't remember, it's like a hat or a headband or something like that that makes him intelligent. So I can't remember what he's called now. He's called like Little One or something like that. But he basically names himself in tribute because he got this headband of brain enhancement or whatever it is. He got it from murdering a halfling who was carrying it, and then when he kind of picks it up, it expanded to like the size of his head. He puts it on, and then becomes like all super intelligent, and then immediately regrets murdering this little halfling and like pledges to kind of like live a better life. So you find him at the at a tavern in the Candlekeep. Which is all quite an interesting little back. So I don't think he does anything there. I think he's just there as a bit of set dressing. Oh, how's the little one doing then, Yuffie? Is he doing alright? Christmas is not the time for doing DIY though, is it? I've got a few things I need to get done, and I've been putting them all off. Oh, Rich has found a picture of a coppish. I actually have one of them ready-made that I used for. Did you see the lion men I did? The Leonin. So my Leonin warband. Ah, there we go. Well, that's not quite what I had in mind when I thought I was downloading this, but. Any of these poses work? Maybe that one? That's one of my favourite ones actually. It's quite a menacing, like stalky pose, isn't it? We're going to see what I've imported into the scene now, because I didn't think I was getting all of that. Well, thankfully not that much, but... Got all my Kingsguard heads here. My little stockpile of go-tos. Helmet that I just don't need at the moment, so let's take that away. Right, now I don't know, I need to check here have any of these got the polygroups on. What they have. Right, so what do we think, guys? Are any of these poses? Oh, nice. I've been there when I was younger as well. It's not fun. Boy has my sympathies. And you too for having to deal with it, so. Sure you weren't stopping him enjoying his Christmas though. Well guys, the poses for the Ogre. Do any of these kind of like take your fancy? I think for me it's either I like this guy in his like lungy pose, like properly menacingly coming at you. And I quite like this guy in the in a bit of a come at me, bro. Yeah, I think that one far right. Yeah. Got ya. So you don't want the one who's saluting then. Okay, let's go most right then. I'm going to take the others out. Let's just delete. Let's delete these because I don't need them in my scene. Let's delete that helmet. What is that about? Right, let's centre him. Yeah, this is just starting point, Rich. We can do a lot with this guy now. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove his armour pieces. I might leave one in. I might leave the one piece in. Let's take that out. Let's take off the big fur, throw off the shoulder. Let's take the breastplate off. Lose the foot armour. I might keep the spiky toes. They're quite cool, aren't they? Leave the loincloth. Let's turn that into a chain skirt, because why the hell not? Glutton for punishment and all that. I was going to have to... Oh, turds. I'm going to lose his whole hand. Okay, let's just delete what's hidden there. Let's delete all of these because they're going to busy up my scene. Aha, I've got hands. What I wanted. You say front weapon raised a bit more. You're talking like pointing upwards, like in a cutting pose, or you mean like up in the air like that? Like he's going, look at my bloody big sword. Okay, let's start hacking this guy to pieces now, so I'm going to start pulling him apart. Split that hidden piece. Don't need that, I don't need that. All these. Right, outfit wise, what we're going to go for? Should we go for like a kaftan again, or should we go for similar kind of get up to the original two guys? But they've got like a kind of a, what do you call it now, like a they got like a breastplate on. We've got a bit of a kind of a tabardy type setup with the, what do we call it, like a leather wrapping in a kind of a sash belt. I think he needs to have a helmet similar to this guy. Definitely needs something like that with a chain, on it. Donut male ogre. You're just trying to torture me now, aren't you, Yuffie? Split him on that. Oh, you ball bag. Sorry. Let's take these leather pads off the legs. I just thought I can't really use them anyway, can I? So let's take the spikes off the shoes. Should we make him a bit fatter, do you think? Should we make him like a bit of a fat ogre? Like the old GW type ones, you know, when they had the in fact they had a little, they used to have a ninja one, didn't they? An old ninja ogre, and oh, so this is me just roughing this to shape, so there's no this isn't like final or anything, so. Ah, right. Yeah. Yeah, so like big plates of oh, Richie's sending something in the Discord again, let's see what we got. God, that really does look like he's made his armour out of a baking tray, doesn't it? It's like he ate the pie first and then strapped it to his chest. Where have I just put that bloody belt? Splitting. Must have duplicated it instead. Right, so we'll take the shoes first. I'm going to turn up the toes. Well, you know, it's what hasn't been done too many times before in the reality of it. What's the old saying? There is nothing new under the sun. Let's just polish this out a little bit. Let's just change the profile a touch so that the roll up at the front is part of the shoe, not just an accident. What we got now, Rich? Ah, yeah, that's quite cool. Okay, let me just drag this one down and show people what we're talking about. So I'm liking this with the kind of the leather, studded leather, kind of like cuirass with the kind of the dinner plate breastplate thing strapped on. Even the headdress, I think works well with this guy. Okay, some good inspiration there, mate. Oh, the next one's a little bit overkill. I think we're going to lose the ogre-ness of him if we do that. But I like what you're getting at with the breastplate bit. A good big slab of chainmail as well. Yeah, I think helmet wise, I want him to have his open face still. So I want him to have this kind of like definite, you know, ogre features. Give him a little beard. Hey Skyhawk, how you doing? How to remove clay in ZBrush? You literally just hold the Alt key. So basically, if you're doing if your brush is like a build-up brush, let me just show you on this for example. So if I have the clay build-up tool here, it's alright, mate. The ideas are appreciated. If I use the clay build-up tool, I'm going to scrub in here. It's going to add mass. But what I tend to do is like, you add mass and then you look at it and you kind of go, oh, I need to take a bit away from there, so you can kind of bulk it up roughly, and then you can come back in and do a little bit of polishing and refinement. So what we do is you get it like that and you go, oh, I've added a bit too much here. You hold the Alt key, and Alt key inverts the brush. So you see up here we've got Z add and Z subtract. What you don't see is basically Z add is adding mass, Z sub is removing mass. Z sub is basically how you take it away, but to do it dynamically on the fly whilst you're sculpting, you want Z add as your standard. That's the default for every brush. Even the ones that gouge in like damp standard or Orbs cracks, they all work in Z add mode. Yeah. if you hold the Alt key, it inverts whatever it's doing. So yeah, when I'm sculpting faces, you'll see what I'll do is I'll start with like a ball, a sphere or something like that. I'll rough in like a nose using the build-up tool, and then hold the Alt key to like gouge in the eyes, you know, building up the different facial features and stuff. So without having to change the brush I'm working on, I can sculpt an entire face with just those two tools. But yeah, it's easy. It's easier when you know where it is. But ZBrush is quite good at hiding that, isn't it? And there's not many tutorials online that are kind of, I don't feel like are pitched for that level of, you know, that level of stuff. I need to actually get my my Patreon adjusted actually, because from December onwards, probably from January to be fair, for January onwards, I've got to offer my my coaching and tutorials like one-to-one through the Patreon. So the plan would be to, like, you know, if you sign up for that tier, you'll get like for the feedback tier, we'll get like 2 hours a month where we'll have a Discord chat, load ZBrush up, and you get to ask me anything you want, and have a bit of one-to-one tuition with me. But also, I'll cast my eye over any of your models that you want, that you've made, in terms of like a castability and printability side of things. Even like just a design, you know, if you're not sure about the design, I'll help you with that kind of stuff. So it's just 2 hours of personal time with me to kind of, you know, help you improve your sculpting however you see fit. So we'll call it coaching and feedback. And that'll be from like December, possibly January. So I might say January for that one, to be fair, because trying to get anything in December is like going to be pulling like teeth, isn't it? Because I'm already reducing my my sculpting hours in December because of kids being off, having to do like family things with them and that. Trying to look at all like these family events, but taking them to Disney on Ice next weekend. But looking at even just taking them to like a farm or somewhere like that to go see Christmas lights, it's so expensive this year. I don't remember it always being like that. There's this thing called Luminate, which is like, it's literally like a walk through the woods with like Christmas lights lit up and a bit of ambient music. And they want like 20 quid a ticket for it. It's like crazy, man. I mean, it looks nice and everything, and it's, you know, part of the Christmas experience and everything, isn't it? But we'll do that. Let's get his tunic. Let's do a little bit of shaping and profiling now. Yeah, so it's going to be a busy month, December, with commission work and Patreon stuff, and hopefully with store sales as well. If the web store starts picking up as well, we're all good. So let's just drag this down a bit more. This will be his donut mail. Just smooth it all out. Anybody else got any like technical questions they want addressing, or anything burning a hole in your brain? Right, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a duplicate of that. This is literally a cop out on my part here, by the way. I'll apologise for this up front. This is to stop me having to sculpt so much bloody chainmail. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hack this bit out. I'm going to give him like a cloth tunic over the top of the chainmail, and it'll save me having to do all of that chainmail in the where it has to wrap around and be consistent. So I'll just do a Skyhawk. If you're struggling as well with anything else in ZBrush, you can ping me on a weekend. You know, might not be able to get back to you straight away, but you don't have to wait for the next stream to pipe up if you're struggling. If you're in the Discord chat, just fire a message, and I've got a sculpting thing on there. I think a sculpting channel. So I'm always happy to help. Oh, where's that bloody tunic? That one. Goes into there. Let's get all of this joined together. I don't want groups on, let's just turn the groups off. Group mask, let's get this all blended together. make sure there's enough thickness in there to kind of take that. I do, mate. I know Ollie Petrovsky at Table Warfare. I do, yeah, he's a lovely bloke. An old friend, actually. He came to my wedding. Well, he's got some work for you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Ollie's been running. He actually ran my website for a long time. It's only the latest iteration of the website that he's not actually running for me, but he does all my like webmail hosting and all that kind of business for me. So he's quite a good guy. He's a good guy to know in that respect. And if you do any kind of like traditional green stuff sculpting, he sells a lot of armatures and kind of weapons and stuff. A lot of them I've made actually. Yeah, tablewarfare.com. So if you need any kind of like sculpting dollies and stuff and you want to take a bit of a shortcut, check him out. But yeah, he does. He started this thing a while back where it was basically just a resource where you could register as a sculptor, and people who were looking for work could imagine like rateatrader.com kind of thing. You know, where you can kind of hire somebody and have like, not like a portfolio, but you know, he's got like it's like reviews. So basically he will contact, or the client contacts Ollie, and he will get a scope of what they're after and recommend sculptors based on the client's requirements. And then he'll contact you, and if you've got availability, you can kind of like be put in contact with the sculptor, with the client rather, if they're happy with your work. He's got me a fair few jobs in the past. He takes like a little commission off from the client as a finder's fee. And then make sure you got a contract in place for the work, so everybody gets what they want out of it. In fact, all of my standard sculpting contracts, Ollie's helped me with. He's very meticulous with things. He likes to get to the bottom of everything now. Yeah, now blue sky up. You crack on. You have a good day as well. I'll catch up with you later. I say ping me on Discord if you need any more tips and pointers, or if you're struggling to find anything. Let's make this a little bit wider so it gives him a bit more of a gut. Let's give him the strongman kind of strongman build, where it's like pure muscle but not ripped muscle. Well, he's got ripped arms only, but so I see this as being like what he's got around his waist now is basically like a rug or something, isn't it? It's like, he's so big. It's not like the old wrap like the rest of them. It's going to be like a big Persian rug or something. And it's going to be held together with curtains that are wrapped around him. So I often think this, you know, when you see like giants and you see like ogres and not these large creatures and stuff, somebody's got to be making the clothes, haven't they? So do we have bespoke ogre tailors, or, you know, you get these monsters who are, I don't know, barely intelligent or whatever else, and you kind of say, right, these guys have now got armour or whatever else. There's got to be somebody that's providing that armour for them. Which is why I often, like, if I'm trying to do monsters, I tend to go bare minimal with them on the armour, or make it look kind of crude or stolen or something. You know what I mean? Like they'd be capable of actually doing it themselves. Right, trousers we're gonna puff up in a big way. Let's do a polish on the trousers, and then I'll just do let's go through. Just going to do a few it's going to have to be someone who's a bit mad, isn't it? Because like, you don't know if imagine if you didn't if you made something and the ogre didn't like it, he's going to mess you up. My bomb like fat in this. No. Do you know there could be a whole amusing D&D campaign around that, couldn't there? Pacify an ogre who's paranoid that he looks fat in his new get up, and he's got it in for the tailor. The tailor has to hire you as a temporary bodyguard and pacify the situation by making the ogre convincing the ogre that he's beautiful. Agreed entirely there, mate. I got on quite well with my mother-in-law, but she loves to complain. Like, complaining is her favourite thing. Like, if we take her to a nice restaurant, she'd hate it. We have to take her somewhere that's a bit ropey, so she's got something to complain about. Because complaining is like part of her favourite thing about going out, I think. I've overdone it here a touch, so I'm just going to re-inflate that a little bit. Dynamesh, and I'm just going to come in and polish a little bit. Right then, I think I've sorted that leg out. Let's get to the next one. Make sure there's adequate volume in both. so those trousers are sweet. I'm happy with them. Might put a few stitches around or something like that in a bit, but for now they're good. This is pretty good as it is. Let's just polish it and get some smoothness in there. We'll add a few creases, get a bit of texture going. So we're going large draw size, low intensity, a bit higher than that, but it gets these nice kind of soft folds in the cloth. And then from there I can go over it a few times, and then I can put the harder folds in. Definitely do it, man. I'll even make him for you if you want. Do you think he should be crippled and in a wheelchair? I think maybe he's had to be rebuilt by an artificer a few times. Or maybe the artificers had to make him, like, you know, like the bomb, the suits, the what do they call them now? Like the police bomb disposal units, like the big armour suits that those guys wear. It's going to come in with one of them in a tape measure. If you get the right group to play that, they'll love that. I was going to pull a few bits of this chainmail down here, so he's got like a few tatters of it down his arm, so it's just a bit of an overspill. I don't want it to be too clean on him. Just a few random donuts hanging down on his sleeve. Let's do that. Let's put a few hanging down here as well, for that matter. That'll do nicely. Let's add a little bit of movement to that. So here's another question then. I want to try and get a few more people on these streams, so we can get a bit more like engagement from like subscribers and whatnot. Do you think competitions and giveaways is the better way to go, or do you think I should be doing more of this kind of stuff where I'm getting you guys to make the decisions and, you know, working with you to kind of make stuff? What's the selling point? I mean, I know you guys come here for my wonderful personality and the banter, but and my outlook on life and all that kind of stuff, but How do I tempt others to come and join? JK. Is that you got your audience of Elston? Did it work? Was it like an immediate thing, or did they? It is, yeah. It's just trying to get people to know it's there. Really, I mean, my main thing at the moment is just trying to stand out from like everybody else that's doing. Oh, there's a vision, mate. There's a vision. It's trying to figure out a kind of a USP that makes people want to come and spend their time with me and buy my models, rather than spending money on, you know, the big studio type things where they're getting like tons of models every month. Because I'm not going to compete with that. I'm not even going to try. And I want people to realise that there's more to life and more to hobbying than, you know, how much you can get for as little as possible. So I'm trying to offer value in different ways. Like I say, talking through the sculpting process, giving you a bit of a tip into that. The hobby challenges as well. Nobody's taken part in that yet, but I haven't properly launched it. But there's a section on my website. I know Elston's a champion at this first one, but let me just find my website and I'll show you. So on my website here, what we've been doing, I set up this here, the level up challenges. So it's early days at the moment. But basically, I did this as a kind of a photographed tutorial kind of thing. But the idea being, there's a challenge pitched to you as a hobbyist. So take 5 models that are uniform, you know, mostly the same, and batch paint them to tabletop standards. So I've used a simple colour scheme with a base coat highlight. I haven't even done shading on this. It's literally just base coat highlight. So I've gone through all the stuff you need. If you're complete noob and you've never batch painted models before, it's got all the information you need to get started, and goes through all of like the, you know, like the intricacies and what you need to do in different steps, or how I did it in different steps at least. So if you're like Elston and you're well versed in batch painting models, then you can just crack on and do it and then post your progress. If you're not well versed and you don't know what you're doing, there's guidance there and instruction. And the plan being, what we'll do is the group of models that are in here, I'm going to be linking in so you can actually pick them up. So you'll be able to get them at a massive discount, so you can just get stuck in, whether that's as a printed set or as a STL file for yourself. And then we'll do the same thing going forward. So every single time you enter a challenge, we'll do that. And what I want to do then is every month, the challenge winner is going to get a prize. And the challenge winner won't be the person who's done the best on it. It'll just be everybody who's entered the challenges in the month on the Discord channel. So there's a little sub channel on this Discord for it. So everybody who enters the challenges will get entered into a draw. And then on one of the streams I'll do a draw and there'll be a prize to give away. And it might be a set of models, or I might just give you why not, mate? You get obsessed, do you? They're literally level up things. There's no kind of time scale on or anything else. So the plan is that you just come and do them when you want. And by entering a challenge in a month, you get an entry into my prize giveaway. So and it might be, some months it'll be a set of models, whether it's STLs or actual resin figures. As some months it might be I'll offer a bit of sculpting or a custom mini. You can decide the figure that gets made next, kind of thing. So there'll be some kind of reward in there. It's really hard, But I always find you need to do one model as a kind of a test piece to set all your colour scheme out and everything else, so that you know what you're doing on all the others. Right, I've been sculpting for like 2.5 hours now, without a break. So I'm just going to quickly put you on a BRB and whisk to the toilet and grab a fresh brew. So. Yeah, but Elston, the whole point is with this one, the challenge is it's for self-improvement. It's not you're not doing the challenge to win. It'll be you get it's basically like buying a lottery ticket, but your lottery ticket is your entry into the challenge. So ponder on it anyway, mate. I'd love to see you enter them. But let me just BRB you, and I'm just going to whiz to the loo and grab a quick cuppa. I'll be back in a second, okay? See you in a minute, guys. Don't go away. Right, people, I'm back now. Coffeeed up and ready to rock. Oh, look, and the YouTube dating site bot's back. Why do they have to post 3 times? Why can't I just do it once? I mean, once is annoying enough, but 3 times, come on. I like all this talk of ogres kicking halflings. Alright, let's give this guy some donuts. Let me just copy this dude in for scale. Whoa, that is totally wrong, isn't it? Let's delete this guy for scale. So what I need to do here, I need to merge this in. It's just the idea of an ogre drop kicking a halfling, but I've also got this idea of like a halfling drop kicking an ogre. Do you ever see that the old video years ago? Now was it? There was a kid kicking it was like a big wall of like a fence, 2 fence posts with, like, you know, the concrete gravel boards there at the bottom, and there was like gravel boards stacked on top of each other, and he was kicking a middle gravel board, and at one point he actually puts his foot through it, and then the wall just collapses and like it's got to have like ripped his leg off. You know, it was pretty vicious and brutal. But I just can't help but feel that if a halfling actually managed to do any damage to an ogre, it'd have the same kind of effect. Like, it just kick and kick and kick until his leg just broke or fell off. Okay, so I'm going to take this guy with the thing in the scene now. I'm going to merge them together. Merge visible. And that's going to create a new tool somewhere. There it is, with him in it. So I'm going to come back to my ogre now. I'm going to append that new tool, and this is why my ruler is important, because even though the models are completely scaled wrong, yeah, he could lose his foot, couldn't he? Was it in X-Men? Was it the Blob? Was it the one of the bad guys? Was it X-Men? I think it was X-Men. He was one of the... Yeah, he was with the Toad. He was with Toad, wasn't he? In the can't remember who the other ones were now. What, was it Juggernaut and those, or was it not? Can't remember. Right, so that is about the correct scale. So this is how big the ogre is going to be next to a human, which I'm fairly happy with that. I mean, he certainly looks like he could eat a human, doesn't he? So what I'll do, I just needed the size of the donuts here, basically, as a scale reference, so that I'll make sure that this guy's donut male is the same kind of thing. I think I had size 14 on the brush, but I have to be a bit smaller on this one because of the scales, because of the size. Okay, so oops. I think I'm going to do it one link at a time like this, you know. Yeah, so as an ogre, I think he looks like he'd actually eat somebody, doesn't he? I tell you, I've mastered this chainmail technique by the time I finish these guys. I'll be using chainmail on everything. I've avoided it like the plague for years. The last time I remember actually sculpting chainmail, I think it was the I might have done it sooner. There's a video on my YouTube channel of me doing the chainmail on the dwarf blood hunter model I've got, and oh god, it was painful because I ended up doing it the way where I use like an insert mesh. So I put all the rings on top of the base mesh, and then I had to try and like blend it all in and make sure there was no gaps between it. And it was just hard. It was just hard work. I say it's counterintuitive for me because I like to sculpt, and it wasn't sculpting. It was it felt like it was more of a process. It's not really me. You know what I mean? Oh guys, the other thing I'd really appreciate as well, I know you haven't all purchased from me, but you have in the past, presumably. On my new website, I've got a load of products and stuff on there, which are resin and STL files. If you wouldn't mind writing some reviews on there, I would massively appreciate it. So if you've got any of my products, if you want to review them, then it would be a huge help to me. Because at the moment my website looks a little bit sad because it's got no reviews on it. So, like all these products on offer, and they're all like 0-star rated because there's no reviews. Anybody else thinking this is a mistake? It better pay off by the end of this, I tell you. It better look like the most badass ogre. Getting on for lunchtime now. People are starting to have you a little sandwich, or you're just busy working. It's not reviews page, it's basically the products. So we go to thelionstower.com, you find the products, and then at the bottom of the product page, let me just show you actually, Here we go. So we go to products, STLs, and we've got resins, and then say here, for example, on the skeleton corpse, it says no reviews at the moment. If you go to the bottom, it says write a review. So name, email, rating, and then a little description. And so you don't need to put a massive description or anything in there, but if you can put the star ratings in for anything you've purchased and make sure it's it's got to be a legitimate review. The whole point of having the things in there, so it's not like, you know, I can't just sit and fake a million reviews for things. But if you can review some products and stuff that you've purchased and you've experienced with, I would absolutely appreciate that massively. I'll throw you a few freebies for starting me off. I'll say if anybody's placing any orders as well, if anybody wanted any resin minis for the to treat yourself for Christmas, what I'll do is when I put your orders on, I'll make sure I fill the build plate. So if there's still space in the build plate, I'll throw a few extra random minis in there to kind of bulk it out for you as well. So Elston's placed an order already, so his order is already flushed out with a couple extra of these, I think, actually, in some of the spaces, and I believe, mate, I added a skeleton mage to your set, which is this dude. So you got one of these in there as well, mate. You know, you can't have all the pedestrian skeletons and not have a little bit of a kick in there. No worries, mate. I'd put more in there, but you ordered so much I couldn't eat. I'd have to do another build plate for that. I have got a few extra things kicking around though. I'll see what spares I've got on my painting desk and I'll put a couple extra in for you. So for ChillCon next year, I'm going to be doing the Lucky Dip box again, but it won't just be the resin models this time because I've got so many extra odds and sods of stuff just scattered around here, like just off camera that you can't see. You deliberately can't see because it's a mess. There's quite a lot of extra stuff there that is just scattered around. And again, just if you can see that little thing there, that is actually a big pile of stuff. Yeah, that Lucky Dip box was brilliant because it just literally got going from the minute we set off. I might even put it on the website as an option. So when you're buying stuff from the website, you can add a Lucky Dip to the order for like £2, and we'll just chuck a random mini in there for a little bit of a bonus gift. Because people are gamblers, aren't they? They love it. But yeah, honestly, I've not been. That ChillCon was like there was no downtime at all. From the minute we got there till like the very like last bit, people had their hand in that Lucky Dip box. So I'll certainly be doing that again. Although I did really want to do the Titan Forge at the NEC for the UK Games Expo. They had the you know, like the gumball machines. They had those with the like 3D printed models in there, plus like a D20 and a like a little discount code. So I'd love to do something similar, to be honest, but as it stands, all that takes a lot of investment. But my Lucky Dip box was cheap as chips and certainly kept people entertained, so we'll do the same again, I think. This is painfully slow. It's therapeutic, but God, it's slow. This is what I was saying. This is one of these things, right? So you'll find people will take this ogre as like a large model, and they'll do donut rings that are like this big, because he's a bigger character. But for me, it's all about making sure that the scale's right, and the key thing for the scale is that there's consistency from this guy to this guy. So the smaller guy, the human guy, still needs to look right against him. So if I add any fur onto this guy or any hair, the hair has to have the same level of texture and consistency as what's on this guy's beard, and in that way there is a direct tie-in from one to the other. Likewise, the chainmail, I've deliberately made sure the chainmail's the same size, and this is what it's the scale of the details that is going to make the consistency kind of carry over. So that's the important thing. I hope that makes sense to you all. Hope you understand what I'm saying. Oh, on the website as well, there are a few free products as well. So if you go onto the, if you go on there and have a look on the STL files, I'm going to put a collection on there to make it a bit easier to find them. But there is a section for, well, there isn't a section. There are a few free products on there. There will be a few more as well. But if you just want to go and grab a couple of freebies and test them out and see how you get on, then go and help yourself. Got little fat cats. We've got the Christoph Witchbane, the Witch Hunter. We've got the Orc Barbarian is on there. I can't tell you 100% correctly if this is right or not, but we should have Siegfried and Wu. So the one that everyone thinks is Minsk because he's got an attack hamster on his shoulder. So the intention was never that he was Minsk. The character existed long before I added the hamster onto him. But like 2 years later or something, or a year and a half after sculpting that model, I got requested through the Patreon to make a hamster as an add-on. And I added it into the, I think it was the same time I made some rats or something like that. I added it into the component library, and then added it onto that guy as an example of how to use it in a model. And then I thought, actually, I quite like that. I'll just make that the thing. So I locked it in, saved the model, and everyone's going, "Oh, it's Minsk. It's Minsk." And it never was. It was never intended to be. But if you want to paint his face half blue and call him Minsk, you can absolutely feel free. But I must do a proper Minsk at some point. Because who doesn't love a miniature giant space hamster? I really hope you all know who Minsk is, because otherwise this whole conversation sounds bizarre. Go for the eyes, boo! Go for the eyes! I got Jacob playing Baldur's Gate 2 on the PC a while back. He wanted to play something Dungeons and Dragons-y. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 2 on like the remastered version on Steam. And right at the beginning you start off in like some mad wizard's prison or whatever. And you have to escape. And he rescued Minsk, but he killed him. What are you doing? Don't kill Minsk. He's your mate. He's going to come and like help you fight the monsters and like battle your way out of the dungeon now. But my little one, he's a proper like murder hobo in the games. We were doing do you remember the old, it wasn't Death Trap Dungeon, what was it now? Like the old Steve Jackson, Ian Livingstone fighting fantasy books. We were doing one of them and I forget which one it was now. And we'd got we were going through and you had to go on this mission to like collect these different things, and one of the things you had to collect were these, I said they were like lilies or orchids or something like that, and basically he wanders into this garden and there's a sign there. Well, let's backtrack a little bit. He goes into a blacksmith shop. The blacksmith is just making weapons and whatever, and I think he was supposed to go and buy something from him or whatever else. He goes straight in with, can I attack the blacksmith? I'm like, well, no, because that's not what you're supposed to do. But I want to attack the blacksmith. I'm like, okay, but why? I just want to attack him. Okay. So he proceeds to then go on and kill this blacksmith and like steal his stuff and then walks out. Then he goes into this like private garden and he goes up and we spot a fountain, and in this fountain are these lilies that he needs to collect. But there's a sign that says don't pick the lilies. And I said to him, I said, right, I said, the lilies you need are there. Okay, I'm just going to carry on and go. Why are you going to carry on and go? Your lilies are there that you need to get. Yeah, but there's a sign that says don't pick them. I'm like, you've just murdered a blacksmith in cold blood. He was doing nothing to you. I said, should I have put a sign up saying, please don't kill my blacksmith? Like, the logic is like, is crazy. But like, a sign told him not to pick a bloody lily so he wouldn't. But killing an innocent man who's just going about his day, no issues with that. They are funny, aren't they, kids? I have to get a picture of it as well at some point, but Willow wanted to. I've got a few of Jacob's Beholder models printed out, which I think I need to add to the website, so I don't think I've put them on there. Definitely, man. I tell you what, when I do run our D&D campaign for him, I am literally going to have signs up saying don't kill this guy, because I know he'll follow the signs, he'll follow the instructions. What if the bad guys start doing it? What if a Minotaur comes down with a little wooden placard on his chest that says "Please don't kill me"? But actually, he's an aggressive bad guy Minotaur. He's just messing with him. Can you imagine though, all those players who you would just antagonise by putting a "Do not kill this person" sign on there? They'd literally do it to spite you, wouldn't they? Oh, man, have you done this or not? Come on. Mate, it doesn't matter if they're a bit silly. The reviews, they're there. That's the good bit. That's the important thing. So I think the things that people buy are they're getting prioritised and brought to the front of the views. If you go to the resin models, the only resin model order I've had from the website so far was Elston's one. And he just ordered loads of skeletons. So the first thing you see when you walk into the website now, on the resin section, is just all the undead stuff that Elston ordered. So, you know, if we can get more people ordering stuff, obviously it'll reprioritise, and you'll have like, you know, it'll be done by popularity or whatever. But I've never had a web store that's been dynamic like that before. They've always been. I've used WooCommerce. I've had to tell it what's going where. Place products as recommendations and stuff. So it's quite nice to have something that just deals with itself. The problem is if the site's not being used properly or not being used enough, then it's like lacking information to work with. You can also leave me reviews on my Facebook page as well. I think if you go to my Lion Towers Facebook, you can leave like a review for me on there. Don't know if that's useful for me or not, but might help get the rankings up on Facebook or the visibilities up. Who knows with algorithms these days, eh? Oh my god, I'm sick of donut mail. Oh no, come on, we're nearly there. Yeah, the reviews might not at the moment. I don't know if there's a buffering time or anything like that, because I think Elston's orders didn't kind of make a massive impact straight away either. And I know there's a lot of things have been ordered through the site, but they've been largely like most of the orders that have gone through for STL files, it featured like the free ones. So I imagine they're going to be quite dominant at the front of the pile. Oh, thanks, Yuffie. Appreciate that. You have to ping me your email address, and I'll sling you a few things your way. You can try them out on your your Mars. So guys, what do we think about scenery and terrain and stuff? Is there anything you'd like me to add to the collection or sculpt on screen that you kind of think would be nice to watch? Or I appreciate it, but like I say, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Hey, I can stop there. And I've got to do the other side. Ah! I might come back and do something else. Do his head for a bit or something like that. Have a break from donut mail and sculpt his head for a minute. Oh, I'm really thinking those sleeves as well now. Why do I do it, guys? Why do I do it? Do you know what? I'm happy with the look of that though. It looks pretty minty. I'll tell you what, if you've got stuff that you've printed and you can actually review it, I don't know if you can attach photos, do that, but I don't know if we can at the moment. I've not tried to do a review myself. So like I say, it kind of defeats the point of me putting them on there. Rich, I've just seen your mercenary company review, thank you. So they're on the front page. I don't know if they are bringing forward. Well, I could do by review, can't I? Can I do highest? Right, no. Let's see if we can do it by rating, maybe. A couple of you rating the naked skeletons. Yeah, I've just seen your one on there, Fuki. Thank you, guys. So yeah, terrain-wise, then, what do you think then? What do we want to do you want to see any terrain doing? Anything you can print, maybe like as a scatter piece, or you got any need of any kind of barricades or kind of line of sight obstruction type objects, or yeah, I think I need to have a little play with the some of the features on Shopify, because some of the stuff is like, bizarrely, it's not very user friendly out of the box. There's not a lot of stuff that's there. A lot of things that you think you would need in a shop, like a web store, the only way to do it is through plugins, which just seems a bizarre way of handling it. So I need to have a little play and see what I need to do, I think. So I wanted like a gallery in there of like stuff that I've, like my painted models basically, and I can't even just seem to get a simple gallery. The like a gallery needs to be like a product gallery in Shopify. Oops. Right, yeah, some Middle East obelisks. Just smash them open and put like a crystal in there or something to make them a little bit interesting. So you guys all thinking about using these guys? And have you got like a purpose for them? Are you gonna find one, or what's your plans? It's always interesting to know how people are planning on using these models, because like, if I think you're going to use them as like a warband in Mordheim, then I can elaborate more on that. So like we've got the mercenary ogre here and stuff, and we've got you know, a couple of different types of characters. But if I know that's what you use them for, then we can make sure there's more like Mordheim type stuff going in. Oh yeah, Warcry. You get some war scrolls made or something for one, do you reckon? Is that worth doing? Oops. Yeah, it's got to be done, hasn't it? Someone's got to paint them donutty. I tell you, I'm loving this music, you know. Really, like, I'd listen to this all day long while I'm sculpting. I am. I am doing it. What about? It's literally what I'm doing. You know what I mean, though. I usually have one of my favourite albums to listen to when I'm sculpting. It's from a game called I Am Setsuna. There's an album called Winter's End. If you're on Amazon, they've got it in the Amazon library. And it's a really lovely, chilled, kind of Japanese like soundtrack. In fact, you know what? I've just realised we've gone on to a different thing, haven't we? This is Rongalinas Chill Out Lounge. I'll keep it going for the next 2 hours. Love the hashtag. Hey, Dan was nearly legitimately better than GW a while back. I haven't told you a story about UK Games Expo, have I? We went for UK Games Expo 2018. Put my models in for the best miniatures category, and ended up shortlisting. So we ended up top 3 out of all of the companies that had submitted for the awards. There was me. It was like one man in a man cave making a miniatures range. Steamforge and Games Workshop. Now, Games Workshop were the major event sponsor that year for the first year, which sucked. And I'm pretty sure they played some funny business, because we had Patrick from the awards team came around to see us, basically praising my model range, saying how much he loved it, and that the UK Games Expo team had basically had them all professionally painted. They'd had everything I'd submitted was professionally painted, and lived in their cabinet in the office, because every Wednesday they have a game of D&D in the office, and they use my models for it, and everything else that they get in from the offers, from the award submissions, they get given away as prizes for things, but not my stuff. So there was the two categories to enter it. So there was a judges award where the judges decided, and then there was the public vote. So I was basically telling people, like, when I've realised and finalised, I'm like, right, if you vote for me, I will sculpt Duncan Rhodes' head as like a giant, and do a giant slayer model as a limited edition thing. So you'd have this, like a little guy who's a giant slayer kind of thing, as a kind of a hat tip to the fact of just toppled GW. And basically, he told me that Patrick, at least, he told me that what they'd done was they rate and assess the awards based on what you submit. So I submitted my entire range, so they could consider everything. Steamforge had submitted some kind of like bike model, which was quite cool, but they were like, it was pretty kind of like, they were quite dismissive of it. They liked it, but they didn't like it enough that they wanted to award it anything. And then there was Games Workshop had submitted it was the first 40k set where they'd introduced Primaris Marines, and that was what do you call it now? It was like about 18 months old at the time, so it wasn't like a new set, and they weren't impressed. The UK Games Expo guys, they weren't impressed by it. So Patrick kind of comes along and he's explaining it, and he's kind of like, he's praising my stuff, and then he's like, like making throwaway gestures about the other two things. And I'm like, hang on a minute, are you telling me I've won Judges Award at UK Games Expo? And he just kind of shrugged his shoulders and walked off, and I'm like, you cheeky bugger, have I actually won this? And then 20 minutes, half hour before the final judging, the big boss man at GW comes over, starts rooting in my cabinet, having a mooch. The management team with like the white shirts, they all come over and they're having a little look. Nobody says hello, nobody talks to us, they just root in the cabinet and have a little look, grab a flyer and a business card and leave. And that was it. It was a strange interaction. And then we had Patrick came round and basically says to us, really sorry, they took me off the judging panel. And next thing you know, we've got the awards being announced over the speakers, and Games Workshop have won the best miniature range. So the whole situation was really telling to me that the major event sponsor, the rooting in me in my miniatures cabinet and everything else, the whole situation seems really sus to me. Let me save this so I don't lose all my donuts. So yeah, I feel like I very nearly beat Games Workshop at one point, but then even without that, I still managed to come top 3 out. I think they said it was like 160 people, 160 companies had entered the that category. It was a big number anyway. Yeah, that's it, and it's annoying because like it doesn't mean anything to them. Do you know what I mean? But if I'd have won that as a as a one-man band, sculpting everything and producing everything myself, it'd have made a massive difference to my like reputation to be able to say, you know, award winner, you know, best miniature range, da 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 da. But they obviously couldn't let it stand because they're a major event sponsor, and you know, they're like you know, swinging their purse strings around as a. You can't let one man in a man cave kind of topple a you know, a whole load of production teams and marketing budgets and all that kind of stuff. But if you see GW's presence at the UK Games Expo, it's almost like a games day. You know what I mean? They take over now. I'm just hoping they never start like doing like the Golden Demon there, because I think that'd be hugely detrimental unless they allow other miniatures and other miniature ranges in. I think they'd have a bit of a kick-off, to be honest, if they tried to do something like that. I did talk to the Games Expo guys about doing an independent painting competition at some point. I don't know if they've ever got around to doing it. You know, pulling some like well-known judges like you know, Richard Grays and Darren Lathams and all those kind of guys. Yeah, it's not great, is it? It's not great for community morale and what kind of stuff, but their own reputation gets muddied in the process, doesn't it? That's the problem. And they don't see it, you know, stomping down the little guys and all that kind of business. It's not a good look, is it? Mind you, they do need to start pulling the finger out and sorting out some of these like IP infringement issues that we've got going on. There's an awful lot of people out there who are kind of just knocking off GW left, right and centre and getting away with it, you know, as far as it seems. And it sends the wrong message, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people with the same sentiment, mate. You know, there's an awful lot of people who are kind of, they've taken a hump about the way they operate. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do an awful lot of stuff that is good, and they've set precedents in the hobby, and they've like really established it as a, you know, an almost mainstream thing now. And all of that kind of stuff is really good. You know, giving people their first introduction into miniatures and stuff. The problem comes when, like I say, people get involved in it and it gets toxic, doesn't it? The whole community fan base thing, it goes a bit mental. People get really possessive over stuff, and like, you know, it's a weird situation. It's a bit like football teams, isn't it? You know, people get really kind of oh, my football team's the best kind of thing. And it's you find people are either, you know, hating on GW and being out there, or they're kind of screaming from the rooftops championing them. Doesn't seem to be very much in the middle ground. Like I say, they do a lot of stuff right, but they're doing a lot wrong as well. Or at least they are in the eyes of the communities. Okay, let's just put another link in there just because I can see a smooth bit that needs a donut. Right, so one side, one side's all donutted now. I'm sick of it. Oh God. Oh dear. yeah, shareholders have always got a lot to answer for. Do you know what? We had the same with my mini factory. I loved my mini factory when they first started out, and then as soon as they got investment and shareholders and stuff, their whole ethos and their whole policy shifted from helping creators and being there for us to taking a massive dump on us as often as they needed to in the name of making more money. And the services they provide and the things that they do for us have kind of dwindled in their quality. But everybody's so heavily invested in there now, you just kind of have to take it, do you know what I mean? It's like the certain features that people have been asking for from our storefronts for 2 years, 3 years, we're still asking for them, and it's little simple things that just helps you to function properly, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not even like a luxury thing, it's like, it's simple things like being able to sort your store. All of those kind of things, they're simple basic functions, and they still haven't added them. And they're more interested in doing more development on new things and, you know, focusing on areas where they know they can make money rather than the bits that the creators are asking for. It sucks, man. And again, it's because shareholders got involved and want their cut of the pie, don't they? But any business is going to be the same. The second shareholders come into play, there's always the money becomes the driver. It does, absolutely does. And this ain't even just bitching for bitching's sake. Do you know what I mean? This is a genuine issue that, you know. Unfortunately, it's not going to change, is it? You know, we are in this kind of situation, and there is a lot of money floating around now, especially where the STL markets have come from as well. There's been so much investment in STLs from like people with money, and they haven't necessarily got the artistic talent and the ability to do things themselves, but they've got the money to be able to kind of pay people to do it. And they've come along and they've made ridiculous business decisions and set these ridiculous precedents that have ended up with, like, you know, people being expected to make tons of models in a month for next to no money, or you're not seen to be offering good value. And that's how I've ended up here doing this, really, I suppose, because it's where previously I was doing that, it became so difficult to try and compete with it and keep up with it. You make yourself ill, you know what I mean? Just trying to, as a one-man band, trying to do that volume of work in a month. It's just not going to happen. And I tried, and I did it, and I have done it a few times where I've put out, like, you know, 50 odd models in a month, and I'll still get people complain and cancel because they don't think they've got good value for money. And you know, when you're kind of going, well, you know, if 50 models for £6 is not good value for money, you know, what are you expecting to see? I'll stop moaning, let's talk cheerier. Let's get on to something happier. So Ogre's wearing donut coats, kicking halflings down the hall, yeah? Oh, speaking of halflings being kicked down the hall, Willow starts on Netflix, doesn't it, this week? When? The 30th. Tomorrow, or no, Wednesday. So Netflix Wednesday, the new series of Willow's on. So Warwick Davis coming back as Willow. Kicked half. A halfling flying down, I think it was like Superman style. So I do love a bit of Willow though. Let's get some of that going on. So my daughter's named Willow, but it's not. Well, officially, it's nothing to do with the Warwick Davis show. Mate, the trailer's online as well. The trailer looks epic. I've been looking forward to it since, I think about 2 years ago they announced it was happening, and I was really kind of like looking forward to it then. And then Sunday morning, I think it was no, Saturday morning, we were lying in bed, and the kids had come in, and they was like climbing all over us and stuff, and I was looking for something for them to watch, and I went on to Netflix, and it just suddenly comes up there as a suggestion. I'm like, man, that's like, I can't wait for that. And I went to go and watch the trailer for it, and it was probably a bit too scary for me little one. But it is absolutely brilliant. Looks like they've got some kind of, you know, like the old, was it the Nemesis in Resident Evil? They've got like some kind of like zombie creature Nemesis thing that's chasing them, it seems. But it looks good. But Jacob knows who Warwick Davis is anyway, because he's seen that the Lego show that he hosted. And he liked that, so doesn't really know him from anything else. So I think it was unusual for him to see him as a character in a film or a TV show. I don't think it'll be one that he's watching. Jacob won't be watching this. He's too young. I think it'll freak him out. Mate, I still love Willow now. It's a great show. Well, it was made by Warwick Davis, and there was so like it's basically people who were involved in the original, and I almost feel like they've done a Cobra Kai with it. So Cobra Kai, I think knocked it out of the park as far as Karate Kid goes, and as a series in its own right. They did a really good job, because they brought back the original cast, and they kind of developed it for like a modern audience. And from what I can see, it looks like they're kind of doing a similar thing with Willow. Met him at an agricultural show. Of all places to meet Warwick Davis, though. I assume you're talking about Warwick Davis, yeah? Yeah, I might have to do. I think next month's models, definitely going to be doing a halfling sorcerer. Let's do a Warwick Davis halfling sorcerer in honour of Willow. Yeah, was it Van Mardigan? Was it the Val Kilmer character as well? And there was that, I can't remember her name now, but the female, like the bad guy Death Knight girl. Oh no, she had chainmail all over her, didn't she? No, let's not do her. Not until I've recovered from this ogre. Yeah, the skull helmet, dude. The skull helmet one was her, wasn't it? That was the woman, weren't it? And we had the witch and the pigs. The pigs! That's what we need. Pigs with armour, Mad Mordigan, yeah. That was it. Yeah, I need some pigs in like adventurer's armour. That's what we'll do. Yes, let's do that. Halfling. Let's do a halfling with some armoured, with some like adventurer pigs. we're going to give this guy a dinner plate, aren't we? I might do 3, you know. I might give him 3 dinner plates and like chain link them together. Because, you know, chains, another thing I hate sculpting. So while I'm torturing myself, I might as well do it properly, hadn't I? Oh yeah, an armoured pig mount. Yes. I've got a pig I made actually for did you ever see the Adventure Pigs? Yeah, do you remember the Simpsons movie with Spider Pig? I'll show you the. I don't know if you've ever seen this one, but I don't know. I'm showing you there. There's a so the footsore miniatures with the Baron's War scenery and stuff. One of the things I made for them was a it was a pigsty as part of the Momentum Village for the Baron's War Death and Taxes Kickstarter. So I did like the church and I did all these other bits and bobs, and then one of the things I made was this pigsty. I found some of the stuff, but I can't find the pigsty now. I'll show you some of the things. So, you know, saying about like doing some terrain and stuff on here. So like this thing here, like ruined hovels. This was like one of the buildings I did for them. It's like something like that I can make. Got these barricades I did. So we've got some like some like big sharpened spikes. We've got some spears and halberds jammed in there and pole axes. We've got like a cart flipped on its side that's got a little platform behind it, so you can stick your guys up on there and shoot over the top. Like they're not, you know, they're good little barricadey type bits. We've got some what was it now? Did like a cart for them. So I know I've done the hay cart this week, so I can put a few things in the back of it anyway and change that one up a bit. What else? We've got some more proper roofless ruins. It's good for a kind of a Mordheim-esque type game. But all of these things are available at the Footsore website. They are selling them as a. Let me just see if I can find the ones I did for. Oh, pigsty. It's going to pop up in a lychee slicer window now, but I'll show you it anyway. So these are some of the pigs I made before. There we go. So this one's available from Footsore Miniatures. It's part of their little baby pig sticking his bum in the air. That's the mommy pig, and then there were some baby pigs as well. A daddy pig with them. But I've got the pig base mesh was the point, so I already made it for that project. So I can just refine that and like tighten them up a little bit. Upscale them a bit because they're 28mm scale. Castle Pigpen, home to Baron von Hargu, sends out his adventure of pigs to smite evil and bring home the bacon. Yeah, like Ganon from the Zelda games. Oh, but then if I do that, if I end up doing that, I'm going to end up doing a little link, aren't I, to fight the pig bad guy. I'm going to end up with like pig orcs and stuff like that. It's going to be a pit of pig stuff. I don't know what's going on here. Right, Elsin, there we go. What are you sending me, Rich? Oh yeah. Yeah, that was the woman, wasn't it? If I remember right. Wasn't that her? It looks like it's going to be a big scary bad dude, and then it was the it's the woman who ends up rolling in the hay with Mad Mardigan. Right, let's do a little. Let's get this boosted up. Let's get some texture and stuff into this plate so we can use it for the this is like a lathe, this is, not doing it like this. It's a weird way of sculpting actually, but I quite like it. It's quite therapeutic seeing it all come together. Basically having like 100 dots just all working together to make it happen. So I'm going to reduce the countdown now to like 8, 10 maybe. Yeah, that was it. Doesn't he wrestle her to the ground or something like that, and then knocks the helmet off and like instantly falls in love with her or something like that, and then she just punches him in the nuts. Going back a while since I watched this, I could be a little bit hazy on the details, but I'm sure it was something like that. Boost up my laser radius for this bit. Let's just go round. Ah, turds. Boost up so much I couldn't see. Can't go from that side. Damn it. Ah. Boost that up a sec. Oh, not that much. That's too much. No. That's what I need to get rid of there. Quite like that. Rich, you've only got a couple of days, mate. You need to get Willow on like now. Yeah, mate, I'm not messing around. Right, so we can get this on now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this forwards, and shrink it a touch, and place it central. And then I'm going to let's put that there. Plonk that there, and I'm going to do a little one there. And another one over here. Right, now I've got a pain in the arse job of modifying the clothes to suit the armour that's there. This is allowing for like little creases and dimples and stuff that are there because of the let's save it so I don't lose it. Oh, what have I just done? What the bloody hell, did I save that as a GIF? Thought that was ever going to work. Let's add a few straps in. Right, so send a couple of straps up around his neck, and then I'll bring a couple down off the back of this one, I think. So this can kind of go down underneath here because I really can't be asked to make all of these straps again. Let's just take that one. This music's reminding me of Kippo and the Age of Wonder Beasts. If you've not seen it and you like animated stuff, it's amazing. It's definitely one to watch. Well, guys, let me just mute you a second while my wife calls. bless her, she's just back and she's offering me a cuppa. Yeah, so she went on a mad one last night and decided she was getting everything wrapped up for Christmas. So she hasn't finished yet, but we are pretty much finished now. Actually, there's only a few things still to wrap. Got to get the kids' presents finished and stashed away, so we're good. Right, I'm going to just mask this. No, not like that. Let's get the masking pen here. It's going to go from here up and around. Add a decent bit of thickness to that. I'm just going to polish the hell out of it. Smooth it all out now. And here I just want to make sure I've got a uniform thickness. I'm just going to kind of work around the inside, getting it all polished and straightened. I just want to look from the top down. I just want to try and see that everything is about the same thickness all the way around. So anywhere I've got a really wide bit, I just need to deal with that. So just here, for example, it's too wide. So I'll just polish it thin. There we go.
YouTube Music Premium lets you play over 80 million official songs without ads. So you can...
There we go, let's get rid of the YouTube ad. Which that also stops the music, so. Oops. Right, let's put a polish on there, let's just do that'll do, I think. Let's just re-profile and reshape it just a touch. Nice bit of material foldage there. When you're sculpting folds in material, it's important you do both directions. Keep the brush wide, keep the intensity quite low, and every time you put a raised ridge in, you've got to put a lower ridge in afterwards, like a crevice or a valley, because otherwise it just doesn't seem to look right. go. Let's see if that is. I just need to move that out of touch just to get it clear of the new armour bit. That size fine. Save it again. Oh, my bomber's fallen to sleep out. In proper numb. Right. Let's put a wrap. Oh, turds. Let's pop a wrap around this guy's waist. Sash wrap. We've got some commonality and consistency with these human companions. Use my dynamic tessellation here just to sculpt over all of this. I'm just going around in a kind of twisty fashion. Now what this guy hasn't got yet is spikes. Now everybody else has got spikes. Everybody else in his faction is spiked up to the eyeballs, so I need to give him a few spikes, and I need to give him the signature like eye symbol. Oh, I should have put that on the chest plate, shouldn't I? On that centre chest plate. Nah, doesn't matter. I'll leave it. I don't want to ruin that. I'm happy with that. Let's maybe incorporate it somewhere else. Here's your thing, mate. Right, so let's get some creases in this fabric. I almost said details in the fabric, and as I was about to say it, I remembered it's a James Morrison song. It felt wrong saying it then. Remember me and Haley went to see him live in a concert once. Yeah, I could put it on his belt. I was thinking about putting, like, you know, like little bucklers that I'll put on the other guys. I was thinking maybe like putting a few of them on there, like stitched into the fabric, so it gives him look like he's got a few like a medallion armour thing or something like that. You know what I mean? Right, so here we go. You know, I was saying before about the about putting ridges and creases into the fabric. So if I just do this now as creases, you'll see how see what I mean? How it kind of looks a little bit flat. But if I add the ridges in, you get this much more. So it just feels right, it just feels better. To me it does anyway. Let's go and make these wrap under, so it's I'll just pull a bit of this out, so yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Like, no one's going to make armour for this dude. it's going to cost a fortune, isn't it? They ain't being funny. Like, ogre skin has got to be thicker than, like, you know, most like leather armour you would find anyway. So there'd be no point in putting leather on him, and no one's going to want to resource having to fully armour this guy up. So you just have a few critical pieces in like key locations to, you know, give him a bit of protection, or at least a feeling of protection, so we think you care about him. You know he's only there for the fear factor, to scare the hell out of your opponents and make them leave the battlefield with brown pants at the very minimum. Let's go and nab the buckler. Paste. Cheers, man. I can't put it there, can I? I can't hide his I can't hide all his donut mail that I spent ages sculpting. Now this piece, this one I'm gonna let's just do something about colour because I hate that green. Well, let's just turn it off, I don't need it. So I'm just gonna polish the outsides down. These bits I'm just going to mask off, and do you know what, actually did I have the original one of these somewhere with aha, that's what I wanted. Actually, do you know what I can do? Just as a thought. Right, so I've got that. I've got let's take that. I know that's grossly oversized, but that's fine. I'll put it on this shoulder and saves me having to sculpt so much of that chainmail again. Everyone's a winner. By everyone, I mean me. Let's nab that that bracer as well. So let's have that, and I need the straps for it. Just going to copy that. Bring it into me Ogre. So this is getting some of that visual link back to the original guy as well. Just delete that one. So the rest of the faction now is starting to be consistent in here. Yeah, you'll be able to get a nice bit of detail going on in that eye on that one as well, I think. So it'll be a nice right, so let's just check. Right, I need to take this piece. Let's pull the bandages forwards so they actually go round. I've got a weird little bit of a misshape going on here now, so I just need to just straighten that out just to make it work. Right, now headgear on this guy. That's my next port of call, I think. What do we think? Do we go for a full, like a normal turban? Do we go for a turban with a helmet? Dare I say it? Do we put some chain mail around his neck? Making me shudder thinking about it. What do we think? I am also going to just quickly just slice curve. I'm going to take that off to there, and I'm going to dynamesh and get rid of that. Take the thing off now. I've got a. So I need to do some repositioning again. And just some positional adjustment. Flat dome on top of his head, you reckon? Flat dome in a turban, yeah? It's severe, that is, isn't it? That's really, really severe the way that's gone. Let's just try and trim that and see if I re-profile and reshape it, because pulling it and stretching it doesn't seem to be doing the job. push that in. Right. Now smooth it out, let's just reshape it and get some of that thickness consistent across the board. Fire not rich. Ah, right, got ya. Oh yeah, that could be quite cool. Do think I might stick a spike on top of that though. Do you think his hands are big enough? Let's just mask that off now, let's just smooth that in. Right, and then I need from the original guy again. Copy that. Yeah, I know what you're getting, mate. I know what you're getting at. So I'm just going to bring the pieces here so that they wrap around that knot. Wrap around the strap, sorry. Well, you keep digging and finding stuff while I'm working on this guy, and then we'll have a look and see what where your brain's taking you. Oh, you found it then, Rich? And what you're after? Let's have a little check, see what you got. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. There you go. Yeah, you see that on a lot of the foot-saw miniatures actually. They have the kind of, it's like a tin pot hat, isn't it, underneath the chainmail? It kind of gives you that funny shape. That's just too much chainmail though, that is, mate. I might do a little chainmail coif around his neck or something like that, or some like the guy you sent me before with the bits hanging down. But I am quite looking forward to the end of the chainmail on this guy. Not to sound unwilling or anything, of course. I'm going to put the decisions in your hands. I kind of need to stick with them. Move that one. Oops, that didn't work, did it? Smooth this out so it's not got the oh god, okay. smooth it out so it doesn't have a texture to it, the faceting texture. Right, guys, I'm going to put you on a BRB again, just while I pop to the loot. Grab a cuppa, or at least a top up jug so I can make my coffee again. Let me just pop this on, and I'm just going to grab a bit of music to keep ticking over while I'm away. Right guys, we're back. A jug of water to top up my coffee machine and got my mince pie. Because I was absolutely starving, but feeling very uninspired of the possibilities for a sandwich. We've got some nice things in there, just like, you know, when you're just like looking around, nothing's jumping out of something you can be bothered to make at that moment in time. That was me. So we got some brie in the fridge, a little bit of rocket, some sweet chilli jam. That'd be a nice one. I just couldn't be bothered to make it. Right, let's crack on with this ogre. Let's try and get him finished today. Alright, let's make some donuts. Again. Oops, that's why it's not working. Let's have dynamic tessellation on. Oh, I've got a long way to go. Come on. Thankfully, I put that shield there. I can avoid doing a little bit of the chainmail texture there. I complain about this chainmail. I do like it, but it's just the process of physically sculpting it is just hard going. Feels like a slog. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like the effect is worth it. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you like this chainmail effect, or do you feel like it's better if I was doing something that was more realistic? Oops. boost the Z intensity a touch here actually, because I'll probably get away with doing less strokes. Well, I say I know it's going to work painted. Do you know what I mean? That's the critical thing, isn't it? None of this matters if it just looks nice in a render. It's all about the end product. Nice mince pies them as well. Morrison's own deep fill, very good. It's like 6 for about £1 or thereabouts, about 125 I think it was. Although I would say, I read an article the other day, and they were doing the obligatory annual Christmas pie off, and I think Aldi's came out top. And they do make good pies. And here's a random little fact for you as well. Back in my previous life as a health and safety manager, I went off and did a training course one day. I say day, it was about 2 weeks, but I was on this course with a guy who runs he was the health and safety manager for one of the biggest abattoirs in the UK. Anyway, this guy turns up and he's telling us that they package the meat, or they prepare the meat for Aldi, Marks and Spencer's, Morrison's and all these other shops. And Aldi, they get the same meat from the same sources as Waitrose and Ocado. And M&S, sorry, Waitrose and M&S. They all get the meat from the same places. And the only difference is the packaging, and I think Aldi are a bit less. M&S want to make sure that the cuts are the same, everything's like consistent, but Aldi was just kind of like, we'll take the same meat. Who is at the door? Give me a second, guys. Alexa, show me the football.
Okay.
Someone repeatedly ringing the doorbell. Very impatient delivery driver. Yeah, so basically the meat from Aldi turns out to be the same as the more expensive supermarkets, and it's a fraction of the cost. So get your meat from Aldi, people. That's the lesson. Vegetarian or vegan, Rich? Spud always used to make me laugh from Chili More Gamers. Always made me laugh because he was vegan, but he was an odd vegan. You'd never think it to look at him. Hey Rich, I tell you what, if you got any good vegan recipes, you can fire them over to us on an email as well. Always nice to have some options. You must have some go-to favourites as well, I'd imagine. It's quite difficult, isn't it, to prepare whole meals and maintain the veganism. Unless you're used to it, of course. I was reading that thinking Spud never kept it quiet, and then I got to the end of your comment. Yeah, 4 times a stream. But he used to dip in and out of it, didn't he, Spud? He'd like occasionally, it was like if he wanted a beef burger, he'd go and have a beef burger, but he would still be vegan. And he wasn't bothered about things like beer and stuff like that. And because I thought it was ridiculous at one point. Cause I bought some ciders from Aldi, and they were, I can't remember what it was now, the Alsaca ones or whatever they do. And this cider, it was vegan friendly cider. And I was sitting there thinking, surely all cider is vegan friendly by virtue of the fact that, you know, the last time I checked, apples were not animals. And did it just mean that the people who made the cider were friendly vegans, or I don't know? Do you know what I mean? But apparently they used some kind of animal product in clarifying it or something like that, which I wasn't even aware of. So, but yeah, vegan cider is a thing. Yeah, and marketing bullshit too. I think there's a lot of things like that, isn't there? Like, there was you seen like plant-based, and it'd be like turning around and going, oh, you know, this is a yogurt and it's dairy, it's a gluten-free yogurt, but I'd expect it to be gluten-free because it's a yogurt. But we had random one here now. We had a little girl come to Willow's birthday party recently, and she got I think it was egg and dairy allergies. So we had to get a cake for her as a substitute for the actual birthday cake. We had to get a cake for her that was going to be appropriate, and we went, veganism, vegan friendly cakes. If we can get a vegan cupcake, then there's going to be no dairy in it, there's going to be no eggs in it, so we can steer clear of all our allergens. So we get this thing, and then it says not suitable for people with dairy and egg allergies. And you're kind of going, how can you make a cupcake that is vegan but is still unsuitable for people with those allergies? It makes no sense whatsoever, unless you just, you know, spinning a yarn when you're it's just daft, isn't it? Yeah, it's got to be cross-contamination, but well, we're doing gluten-free with my wife at the moment because she's been having stomach issues on and off for absolutely ages. She's had loads of tests done and they all come back negative. Never know what's going on with her, but it like causes some real problems. So we started like whittling it down, trying to figure out, you know, what the issue was. and since she's been doing gluten free, she's actually doing much better with like her stomach pains and things. So we think it might be. We know it's not celiac because she was diagnosed. She had a test for that. And they said no to it. But we are doing the gluten free as a general thing now, as like an intolerance, and she seems to be doing much better for it. Yeah, we went on a flight once, and we actually got told on the flight nobody was allowed to consume or eat anything that had peanuts in it because there was somebody on the plane who had such a severe nut allergy they could die if they inhaled it or something. It was like really kind of like severe. But I don't know what it is with peanut. Why is it with peanuts? Why does peanut allergy seems to be the one that is like the one that someone's going to drop dead from? You know, nobody's going to die because they've got a milk allergy or a gluten intolerance or anything like that. But if you sniff a peanut, you can explode or something. Something about peanuts are just dangerous. They got all these new. I want to say it's called Katie's Law or something like that. It's something along those lines, but. The school now, when you're doing like cake sales and things, they've been they won't take any like home bakes, and I know that was down to COVID as well, but I think it was something to do with somebody died from an allergy because they ate something that wasn't labelled. It contained a product that wasn't labelled on it. So now, like anything you sell as a business has to have like allergen information and labelling and stuff. And it's obviously it's a lot to ask if you've got people making stuff at home for them to keep track of all of their ingredients and whatever. It's not a lot to ask. It's easy to ask, but it's a lot. You know, people just won't do it because it's effort. So now it's all pre-packaged or nothing. Kind of takes the edge off a bake sale, do you know what I mean? Go in there and just having a load of like pre-packaged cakes for sale. There was a kid who I can't remember his name now, but he was in my brother's class at school, and he was allergic to everything, like like bees, milk, eggs, wheat. He had like literally every allergy going, and he was nicknamed Ali G because of it. Oh, do you know, I was just about to cheer in celebration that I'd finished, and then I realised I haven't. There you go, smooth it off. Look how much better that looks now. I've got to do this sleeve up here, haven't I? Cheers, Rich. I suppose it matters where I start as long as I can establish the overlaps properly. That's a bit of a big loop then, that was. See, this looks really rough, doesn't it, like that? So I'm leaving all the rough brush strokes in there, but once I smooth it all out, it just tidies it up that little bit, makes it look a little bit smarter, like that. There you go. Again, this level of roughness you're not going to see. They would be knocking on my door, wouldn't they? For a coffee and a dunk. When I went back in the house a minute ago, and the wife was there in the kitchen. We went to a supermarket the other day. I don't remember what we were getting now. Christmas tree stand. It was when we went to get our Christmas tree. Popped into the supermarket to go and get some mince pies and other bits and bobs. Kids decided they wanted donuts. When we got to the donut stand at the back of the supermarket, they couldn't decide which ones they wanted. So they ended up having a bit of an argument. Jacob wanted salted caramel donuts because that's his thing. Willow wanted these strawberry ones. And we didn't want to get like 2 big packs of donuts because the kids are going to end up eating all of them. So we said that to agree between them which ones to have. And they couldn't agree at all, being kids. So they ended up picking this pack of mini donuts. And I spotted them in the kitchen, and I was very tempted to just come down here now with like a little string of donuts around my neck. But mate, I can imagine it. You know, there's a lot to be said. You know, this whole thing where people kind of don't give the kids, they keep the kids away from like dirt and germs and all this other stuff. Like, if your kids are out there playing in the mud and eating worms and stuff like that, they're going to be like cast iron when it comes to like their constitution and their health. I mean, our kids are always outside playing, mud kitchens and all that kind of stuff. And they, you know, for the most part, they're pretty good going. They just have, like Jacob's, he was born premature, and until recently he suffered with like asthma and croup and stuff. He seems to be getting better with all of that now. As he's getting bigger, he's kind of like he's catching up. He was like, we used to call him Captain Sparrow Legs, because when he was little he was like so skinny he had no meat on him or anything. And as he's got bigger now, he's kind of caught up with everyone else in his class, so he's about the right size for his age now. But we used to have like, you know, 3 or 4 times a year, no, more than that, sorry, through the winter it'd be 2 to 3 times a month that we'd be down the hospital with him with croup on a night, having to get his dexamethasone or whatever it's called, the medicine they give him for it. It's a horrible experience as a parent. I mean, the child having croup is absolutely awful. The first time it happens is terrifying. But after that, it's more a case of just keeping them calm and trying to make sure that they don't panic. Because if they panic, that's when it starts to affect them bad. I need to go. Yes, I do. Damn. I was just thinking, oh, surely the shoulder pad covers that bit, but no. The end's in sight though. Just for the benefit of anybody who's watching this wondering how they get their hands on this this delicate little beauty, he will be included in the November Patreon. So anybody that is on Patreon through November, they'll be getting all of these Saracen guys and the Ogre. It's basically this whole Saracen warband. So if you haven't signed up already, you haven't got long to do it because there's not much left in November. But as long as your name's on the list by the end of the month, you'll get this guy for an absolute steal. In fact, you'll get the whole faction for probably what the Ogre's worth on his own. I've got to do something here because I need to change direction on the scales. I'm really enjoying them myself, to be honest. I'd love to spend a bit more time doing more of them, to be fair. And I may do at some point, but excuse the cough, sorry guys. I was saying about Jeremy kids and I kind of want to do, you know, like, remember in The Mummy? There was the like the Arabic warriors on the horses. They were like the guardians of the tomb or whatever. I feel like I want to do something like that with these guys as well. Do some like horse riders. How much more are we going to do? Allwood's so close. So close. Let's get these last bits done. That's gotta be it now. That's gotta be it. Come on. Yes. Have it. I feel delirious. There we go. Woohoo! Champion of the world! I was going to get rid of some of this thick mass. Because it's unnecessary wasted resin if it's just too much of it. Cheers, dude. You do not know the feeling of elation I've got right at the moment, knowing that that is finished. Well, you do. You've been on the journey with me, you know what I mean? But not the best feeling. I'd like to thank Rich and Yuffie for sticking with me through this. I'd like to thank my wife for helping set all the stuff up, for letting me stream in peace, and for the kids for going to school, staying out my hair while I get this done. God bless America. That about right? Wasn't for Homer Simpson, none of this would be possible. Right, I need to touch something with you. Let me just save to make sure I don't lose anything now. Let me just do that. Someone needs to do stats for donut armor in D&D, by the way, as a magic item. I can't really see it as being anything other than a real fucking not bad thing. Because it's going to be you're going to get attacked by wasps and all that kind of good stuff, aren't you? If you're wearing donut armor, bees and Henry Winkler covered in bees. Do love little Nicky. Reward for the Ogre Taylor quest. Yeah, get your donut armor and get covered in wasps. Years ago, we went to speaking of covered in wasps, we went to Healy's cider farm. Can't remember exactly where it is. We were down in Cornwall though. So we went to the cider farm. We went on a little tour around the orchard and went and sat in the they do like a little basement tour where they take you around all the cellars and stuff, and you get to try all the whiskies and wines and ciders and stuff. It was really cool actually, but we came out, we went and sat in the courtyard, go and have a Cornish cream tea, So we're there with like the scones and potted cream and jam and whatever, and we sit down with our pot of tea, and we literally like because it's a cider farm. There's just like wasps everywhere, like all these apples wherever they are. They've just brought in this massive wasp. We went and sat down outside, and literally got descended on by like a whole like swarm of wasps. And we went away. We're like standing back. We're like, what do we do about that? You know, you've kind of sold us something, and when we go to sit down, we can't eat it because we've. So we went back to complain to the staff, like, you know, can we get another one that we can like take somewhere else because that's now the property of these wasps, and we ain't going near it. And I'm not talking one or two. I'm talking like 50 or 60 wasps around the table. And then this mad woman comes out and goes, "Oh, we'll sort it out for you." Comes out with a bottle of spray bleach and starts spraying it all over the wasps at the table. It's like, you've now covered the whole scone. And she's like, there you go. And like, you've just sprayed bleach all over the scones and stuff and not going to sit down and eat it. Oh yeah, you know what? It'll also work a treat against the rust monsters, won't it? They can't rust your chainmail if it's made of donuts. Just you try. Righty then. Let's sort the weapons out now, and then we'll come back and finish off the head. Yeah, let's stick with plan A. Yeah, no worry, mate. You made him up. Thanks for sticking with us for the day. I'll keep cracking on with this. I'll post some pictures on the WhatsApp and on the Discord channel later, mate, so you can see where we got to. There's no such thing as a boring day when I'm around. Cheers again, mate. Cheers again. Thanks for all your input. So I'll be back on again doing this tomorrow as well. So my plan is to stream for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, finishing these Saracens. So I'll be continuing them on all 3 days this week. So anytime you're about, mate, you're always welcome. No, let's just let's do some profiling on the edge. We'll add a couple of spikes on the back. Let's get all this polished in. Well, that was a mistake. I should have turned off my Guys, what do we think about the sword design here? Any ideas for the making this nice and brutal? And what do you think a big ogre scimitar should look like? Anybody wanting to chip in? Give some design ideas, see what you fancy. See if we make it happen. Yeah, I'm just trying to bulk it up at the moment. Just give it a bit of meat, really. I think I might add like like a hole with a ring in it. Is it the Chinese war swords had that? They were the big scimitar type weapons, and they've got that. They have the hole at the end with the big metal ring. They have metal rings all down the back. Them things do, don't they? Actually. Or am I thinking of something different? I'm sure that's a Chinese war sword. Oh, like the swirly type things, you mean? Yeah, bit of consistent shape language. Let's just take this. Take this bit here to there. I'm going to position the rotation tool right up the corner. Do you know what I've just thought? There was I was going to do a quick Google search or something, because there used to be a series called Black Sands. This is not the one I'm thinking of. Was it Black Sand? Or am I getting mixed up with Port Black Sand from the... It's about pirates. I really must be thinking of something else. It's going back to like a long time ago. It's certainly nothing I'm looking at here. I have to come back to that one another time. I remember there was a big burly, like fat pirate guy who was he was like a, you know, one of the big scary type pirates. But I remember him having a massive, great big, like scimitar cutlass type thing. Being quite a cool character design. I thought as I'm doing an ogre, it might be a good approximation. But after all, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us today. Thanks for saying hello. If you are able to like tune in and watch any of it, do feel free to chip in and comment, because if you've got any ideas or any kind of suggestions, this whole model today has basically been everyone else's suggestions and ideas for what to do. So we've been working on this this ogre guy here, so the Saracen ogre, and like I say, I can take the credit for the sculpt, but a lot of the ideas have come from the guys in the stream. So do feel free to chip in anytime you like. Other than that, I hope you're having a lovely day. I need to use this, and I've got it polished all the way down here now because I've got this manky edge. Oh nice, you got the level up road done. I'll fire it in the Discord when you get a chance. I'd love to see it. What FTM are you using again? Was it an Ender, or have you got something different? We've had a few chats about FTM printers today, and people not, well, there's not a lot of experience here amongst us to know what's a good FTM to use. But I know I've heard good things about the new Elegoo one. Well, heard good things. I've seen good things as well. The print quality on that looks pretty decent as FTM goes. And iMates, what's that? It's not one I'm familiar with. No, I don't think I'd have put you on the iMates. It's not one I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Who makes that then? There was a mate of mine who, I say very sadly passed away recently, but he was really into his 3D printing, and I can't remember for the life of me what it was he was telling me, but he had this 3D printer. Oh, the Kiditech one. Yeah, I've heard good things about them. I didn't know it's called iMates, but I've heard. I know the brand. Ouch! Yeah, Alex was telling me about this one though, and it was like a top end one, and I really wish I could remember what it was called because I wanted to try it out, but it's one that's like got its own like enclosure with filters and stuff in it, and you know it's all good stuff basically, but let's just sort out the angles on the back here. Oh, we've got a weird anomaly going on there with the top of that spike. What's going on there? Let's sort that out. Like a microwave. I think they're better to be like that, aren't they? Because I know again, Alex used to tell me a lot about 3D printers from a technical point of view, and he was basically of the view that the FDM printers were actually more harmful for you than the resin ones. So although you get the fumes and everything with the resins, with, I can't remember if it's PLA or the other one. One of the things ends up with like little particles wafting around in the air, and obviously if you breathe those in, then it gets into your lungs and your body can't like break it down. It's a bit like the asbestos fibres and stuff if you have asbestosis. And obviously that was unfortunately, sadly, what killed him in the end. Not from a 3D printer, from actual asbestos, but obviously he was very aware of those kind of issues because of that. Let's just get this handle. I'm going to do a swirl on here, I think. Let's do a swirl. So we used, yeah, it might be the ABS rather than the PLA. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to take the back, we're going to curl the back up this way. Oh no, put it on. Yeah, I think it stands a very good chance it was the ABS stuff he was talking about. Did you ever see the what's his name now? Jazza and Shadiversity. There was an episode where they basically took, Jazza had made 3D printed chainmail, and Shad was there with his proper chainmail on, none of this donut business, but like proper stuff. And then Jazza turns up with these 3D printed swords that he'd made, and literally the swords fell apart before they even managed to to kind of like get into a battle with them. I mean, I think he made about 4 or 5 swords or something. They were massive, and they just fell apart under their own weight. They were great episodes, those were though. The chainmail, he said took ages, didn't it? It was wasn't it? It was like a ridiculous amount of time, because he'd had to print it in sheets and then like assemble the sheets. So it was like little panels of chainmail. It must have been like, yeah, I know that they're a good pair together, aren't they? Oops, that was not right. That was not what I meant to do. It's worth a watch. I'd go back and have a little look at that one, because it was a very entertaining episode. I can't remember what I was looking for when I found it, to be honest. I think I've been watching one of his other videos. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. I was looking for... Here's just a random interesting one for you. I was looking for this... that's not right. Go away. Sod off. Close holes. Okay. So basically, I was looking for this... what are they called? Court of Bale. So the Court of Bale models that I did, no, Court of Cain they were, sorry, Court of Cain models. So let me find a render of them and you'll see what I'm on about, because it'll be easy to show you what I'm talking about rather than just try and explain it. These guys they're holding shields, but the shields are upside down, except they're not. So this is one of the guys I'm on about. So here's another one. So you see they've got this grip on the shield where the bar runs like horizontally across. So they're gripping onto this bar, and you can see it better in this one here. So this is the way it's being held. And so many people commented, why are the shields upside down? And it's basically it's a thing, it's an actual thing. And I saw Shad do a video on it a while back, and it was around about the time Dark Souls came out. And basically in Dark Souls, yeah, stabby shields, basically they're called punch shields. And the whole point is, if you play Dark Souls ever, you'll see an awful lot of this thing where the shield's down and the spike is up, and it's something to do with protecting the arm or whatever else, but it's also like, it just looks cool. It's just a cool look, and it does mean that obviously if you're fighting, you want to hold the shield upright, you've got to have your arm like that, and then the shield is vertical. But where you've got like normal shields, your arm's like strapped in, and you're basically running across an angle. So you'll have a strap at one side here, and then up at the corner you'll have another strap, and then the shield still doesn't hold upright because you'll be holding it at a 45-degree angle based on the straps. Anyway, this whole thing was something that Shad covered off in one of the episodes, and I was desperately trying to find it, and I couldn't find that particular episode. Because I remember like when I first sculpted them, I looked it up and read it, and I was looking into the design to make sure it was correct, and I found his video, and I was trying to find it again to kind of like just, link it to somebody who was commenting and complaining that the shields were upside down. But yeah, if you look for like punch shields online, you'll see this kind of design quite often, where they can be used to like jab with and stuff. But it just felt right for these guys for me, so I just left it and went with it. But yeah, so the whole point was, I was looking for Shad's video on that when I found this one about the chainman, and I just had to stop and watch it when I saw it was like Jazza with the 3D printed sword. Well, he's got 3D printed armour, 3D printed sword, and he's going up against Shad with his, what do you call it, claymore and proper chainmail. Like no contest, is it? Let's put something chunky in hand. Well, let's put some oh, turds. I'm just going to wrap some yeah, nobody's out of the roll. Off he goes. I'll catch up with you later. Thanks for topping in again. Stopping in even? Topping? I don't want to talk nonsense without even meaning to. You're messing in now, Rich. I mean, you've medded up your dog. Let's see what he's piping in. Yeah, that's the one. Ah, little birdie as well. Yeah, this is what we were saying earlier about the guy from the Mummy. So do a little bit of a bit of something like that. It would definitely make a good NPC. We'll take some of the Egyptian bits off him and do a similar kind of vibe. Yeah, I can't polish with that, can I? Yeah, the H polish tool doesn't work very well when you've got the dynamic tessellation on in ZBrush mode, Sculptress mode, sorry. So you have to kind of turn that off to be able to kind of polish things out properly. My hand is sticking to the screen. It's getting a bit warm now. It's time for the glove. If you're doing any tablet work, whether you're drawing or sculpting, these things are amazing. Like those days where your hand gets a little bit sweaty and sticks to the screen, or if you're trying to do like a long smooth stroke where you want to kind of what do you call it? You got to follow it through all the way, and then you get to a point and it sticks and your hand catches on the screen or whatever, and it's just annoying. Well, this helps immensely with those kind of things. So it subsequently also helps improve your sculpting speed or your drawing speed or whatever. So they are an absolute gem. And if you're drawing on pencil and paper, they also help stop you smudging your pencil. So again, a very, very, very useful tool for any kind of artist. Let's do a few lazy mouse off, intensity up, size down. Let's do a few like nicks into this. And some good big notches in. When I do the ones on the edge here, I'm going to go across the top like that, and that's going to help to cut it in evenly. Right, let's give him that as his primary weapon. Well, that was a bit wrong, wasn't it? Weird one. Trying to position this up on his hand. Let's take that ruler off because that's really doing my head in at the moment. Can't see anything past it. Right, so the bottom of his sword is there. Just going to move his thumb out, I think, rather than trying to faff with the position of the sword. I'm just going to reposition his thumb a touch. Get into this hand. I'm just going to inflate in here just in case it ends up with a cavity in there for any reason. Shouldn't do, but I don't want it if it does. So that's one. That's one weapon there. Quite happy with that. He looks pretty mean, doesn't he? Let's do a bit of mashing up these shields. Just trying to break the end of this spike off. We'll put a few gouges in so it's nice and damaged. What's hidden that ruler? Oh, it's up another one. Let's just stretch that back so it goes into the ogre's body. Now we've got to worry about trying to infill the cloth behind it, and then we'll do the same on this one here. Because I could try and like bring the cloth and everything up behind it so it fills in nicely, but frankly it ain't worth doing. So I'm just gonna punch a hole in here. And I'm going to append a ring. Just going to pull this up here like that. I'm going to sculpt this as like a rope. Let's do one of them in full first, because it's going to be a nuisance trying to sculpt this again and again and again. I'd rather sculpt it once and then just duplicate it. So first things first, I'm going to put a knot here. So I'm going to duplicate that, flip it around and pop it here. And same for this last little one back. Save him again. Right, I'm going to take let's take the turban off the original guy. Just going to take that and pop it on him. Obviously this is going to have to be resized and whatnot for this dude. Alright, let's take it in two parts. Let's do the hat first. Let's make sure this fits and is the right size for him. So we're going to take that, we're going to bring that down. Let's do that first, put that bit in place, and then we'll mask off this top part. Do a little bit more of this kind of stuff if it's let's just bring this here. Let's group and dynamesh this, so give it a bit of, and I just want to put a little bring this in, change the shape. I want it to be like a leaf shape. This is the kind of thing that's much easier to do if you've got symmetry on. Just bring this in. Ah, balls. Thank you, ZBrush. You screwed me there again. So if you missed what happened then, I was just trying to do a little bit of detailing. It didn't work. I tried to undo it, and in the meantime ZBrush undid my undo history. So now I've got to go back to my other way of fixing it, which is by essentially sculpting it all out again rather than being able to polish it, just undo it rather. What I'll do though, I will add to this bit now, I'm going to add a couple of, oh, that's a bit much, that's a bit intense. Just put a few little dents. Adding some damage now, some battle damage, a few like glints and nicks and dents and things like that. Same for these pieces. Let's do a few Straighten out some of these creases a little bit so they make a bit more sense visually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up some of the creases here. What? Oh, lazy mouse. So the intensity is a bit high for this. I'm just going to come back in and just doctor some of that, tweak some of the sculpted details. Over the back of the neck here, I was going to refine some of the shapes. Well, something went awry here, didn't it? I've got this this weird like kink. It's like little cat ears. It's definitely not supposed to be there. Let's put a few little holes and tears in his trousers. Why is this not? Oh, there it is. Just gouging a few holes in my freshly made chamber. Just for a little bit of damage. Right. Well, there's only a few of you left in the chat at the moment. Anybody got any ideas for what to do on this guy's other arm? As a wrist bracer or any ideas? I'm pretty happy with it, man. just need to finish this hand off. So while I'm thinking about his wrist and what to put on him, I'm going to add a mace into the scene. So I'm going to go and grab one of my maces I've already made. I'm going to put it in, and then we're going to do a bit of customising on it. And I may end up not using it at all, but let's see how it looks. Right, so I'm going to go to my component library, which again, anybody who's on my Patreon, you've got access to this. Blunt weapons. Oh, it's going to be the Regis mace, I think. Right, so I need to. Oops. We'll take this and make this a bit. What's going on? Oh. Put that there. I'm going to mask off half of it and I'm going to draw it back in. I'm going to add a ring to the scene. I don't know what orientation that's going to be in at the moment, but it's going to stay there for now. At the head of the mace, we're going to make it larger. Because he's an ogre. And it should be. Let's go and check Rich's. Let's see Rich's what do you call it? Weapon suggestions for the mace. Okay, so these are the ones we sent through. These are Middle Eastern maces. So I think something like maybe this one. The little spike on the top echoes what he's got on his head, doesn't it? So we bring that round here and add maybe a little spiky collar around the bottom of the neck instead of this little. Oh, that's quite spiky anyway, isn't it? Or maybe it should be like that. Maybe it should be the ball one with the spikes around. So yeah, let's do the ball with the spikes. Okay, let's get rid of this. See, what I can do now with this, you see, is if I take that and just mask off to there, what I can do is take the spiky ball, I'm going to append a cylinder shrink this right down and put it around the middle of the ball, like that. Let's add a bit of geometry to it so it's smoother. Same for the ball, let's just isolate that, split hidden. Divide, divide, so it's smooth. I'm going to dent it and dink it and carve it up a touch anyway, so it's not, doesn't have to stay like that. But let's go put a big spike up on the top of it. I'm going to do a big row of spikes around the outside here, so I'm just going to go and grab my spike brush, which is in my details folder. This is the one I've been using, so let's just go and use these and put it where it needs to go. So first one, let's delete the lower subdivisions. Let's put one right here in the middle. Well, that's not quite centered, so let's just line it in a bit better. Let's take it down a touch, and I'm going to split that off so I can put some. In fact, I won't split that off just yet. What I'm going to do is split that off. I'm going to come back to this one, and I'm going to put them all around the outside here. So let's go activate symmetry on the radial and the y-axis, I think. I'm going to do it on this one. So Y on the radials. You free? Yeah, no worries, mate. Brilliant. Awesome sauce. I'll say this one will be up. I'll be back doing more sculpting on this tomorrow anyway. This one will be finished, I think, by then, but the rest of them will be good to go still. Have a cracking evening. I'll have the kids coming home in a second, so I'll have to dash off anyway. But thanks for joining me today. Thanks for staying for the day as well. You take it easy. I was going to take. Ah, you turd-bag. Right, let's merge. Right, I'm going to take this pink ring, split that off, and then just the spikes here. I'm just going to. What do we call it? Divide. A couple of times dividing. Go away. And I will just dynamesh that. I think I need to take the handle of this. Let's make that a touch bigger. Let's just inflate the handle size. This was big enough for an ogre. Let's just merge all these pieces down now. Okay, so I'm just going to save this out first as a spiky mace. So this is going into my components library. Right, now we're going to copy this. I'm going to go back to my ogre. I'm going to paste it into his hand. Right, I'm going to localise that to his hand here. think I might have made a mistake here with the axe. Right, I'm gonna have to come back with the axe with this thing. Okay, so I need to make sure that is wider. So we'll take this one piece. We'll take the handle. Let's delete hidden there. Close holes. Okay, and this bit down here I'm going to make larger, so I want it to be larger like that, but then I need to auto group it back together. That I want to shrink down now. And then this I need to also shrink a bit, because otherwise it's just going to be way too long. That can be moved down to here. And now I need to add another cylinder in the middle for the actual weapon shaft. Oh, brilliant, as I get everything so wonky. What's going on? Ah, there it was. Don't even know how I managed that. Okay, so we'll put that there. We've got this going up here. Everything else I think it's fine, except perhaps let's get that bottom bit done. I just want this top piece here. I'm just going to shrink it down just a touch, and I'm going to bring it up into there. Okay. Divide that a couple of times. Right. Right, now we're going to copy this again. We're going to go back to the Ogre, delete the mace I put in there, and paste the new one in. So with this new one I'm going to position that in the middle, rotate it around, shrink it down, and it should be much better scale now. Right, I need to get the hand. I'm going to merge that to the mace. Just split this master off because that hand is fine. I don't need to do anything with that. Split mast. Okay, now this hand I do need to do something with. So I'm going to rotate that round, try and find that wrist line. And I just need to do something to join the wrist here to the hand. I could just sculpt it in. Literally just sculpt the details together. And just do a bare arm, which might work actually. Yeah, I'll do that. Now I'm going to do anything there then, and I think he's finished. Let's take the arm here, let's just smooth out that seam line. Let's sculpt, oh dear, what was that? My clayball brush back. So I'll sculpt the wristing. A skin roll at the wrist. Oh dear, that's a bit severe. I want to use the same level of tool as I would use here on like fabrics. So just put a couple of little creases in the skin. Let's give them a few scratches and nicks and cuts and things. Sculpt some of this texture back into his elbows, just to give him a bit of, well, at this scale there's going to need to be a bit of interest in the texture, otherwise it's not going to look very good when you paint it. Just going to give him a few big gnarly scars. Get rid of some of these little gouges so they're not all completely fresh. Some of these are nice big healed jobbies. I am really happy with that. Let's give him a quick save. What do you guys think? Do you look forward to getting this guy? Give him a paint up? Oh dear. That's what I need to do. Final thing. Dink up his mace a bit. And that just needs sorting, doesn't it? So let's just drop that down so that it's pivoted correctly. I'm just going to drop onto there, I think. I've got a nice little tassels brush here. I'm just going to drop a little and I'll do nicely. Just to finish it off. So let's merge visible. We should put this guy here. Go with that. Right, so let's just turn the polygroups off on this guy. Make them dynamic, and let's just do a few showcase renders. Let's just get to render sets first and put the right one on. Oops. Let's just save a few renders to the side. Let's just rotate them around. These aren't obviously presentation renders, these are just the just a quick showcase one. Just so I can show it off on the Discord channel. Okay guys, I don't know if you heard that, that was my children summoning me through the medium of Alexa. So we've got the Christmas tree to decorate, so I'm going to get these renders finished up so we can get them posted into Discord, get them posted on the Patreon and show people what's coming. I'll get these circulated around later on. So I just want to say a massive thank you to everybody for joining me again today and for all the input and everything else. If you were lurking and not able to join in, please feel free to fire ideas over on the Discord channel, or anywhere else you can really, to kind of pick me up. And what I'll do is I'll try and take as much feedback and input from you guys as possible into the stuff going forward. So next month, as we said, Willow starts on Netflix on Wednesday. And I absolutely love that from when I was a kid, and really looking forward to this new series. So there's definitely a halfling sorcerer and some pig adventurers coming for next month. So we'll get on with them early next week probably. So maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week we'll get some of that stuff done. But yeah, if you want to join me tomorrow, I will probably do the assassin for the Saracens. Having now done the Ogre and the various warrior guys, and then I'm going to do a couple of crossbowmen. And if I've got time before the end of the month, I will do one extra swordsman to go in the group as well, just so there's a little bit more melee variety. So yeah, thank you all again. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you again soon. Cheers guys. Oh, and don't forget, if you want to get hold of this guy, you need to join the Patreon this month to get hold of him. Otherwise he'll be up in our web store shortly as well, and you'll be able to kind of get him from there. Okay guys, right, thank you all, and I will log off and go and decorate the Christmas tree with the children and the wife. Right then guys, thank you all, see you later, take care.